Because I am
All
fairly
I,
certain most of you, I would say 2/3 of you at least,
oh, come
have
on.
very
Give me
little
some
clue of
credit.
what has happened last time. But look,
I remember one very important piece of information, and that's about it.
yeah, the
I
information that
have
you didn't
zero
share with
idea
others,
what the
right?
fuck's going on in the
That,
campaign in
yes.
general right now.
I
So
love I love how that is the only information that you did retain. I guess it's because it's written in our chat log.
I haven't really read the chat log, but that was like a very oh shit moment for me. So
All right. So then, Ardy, you can do the reach.
yep. Nothing happened. Nobody told me anything. I didn't notice anything.
How about Gonny? You give it a try then.
Well, for our recap,
Yeah.
I mean, basically, we end up linking up with a mouthy, and this is after we've like been to the brewery. Sorry, we link up with a mouthy, and we meet the couple that we broke into their house called Martha and Tanis. Yes. So we're taking watch. Me and the mouthy are having conversations. The mouthy mentions that she is worried. She's worried about Dugan's Hall. The reason she's so worried is because of Thrun, a long forgotten deity of Icewind Dale, whom she fought 150 years ago, amongst a horrid beast of unnatural fury. Thrun is immortal and can't be killed, and whilst they damaged the body, they weren't able to destroy it. And it noted that the only way to deal with Thrun was to seal Thrun away at the 20 stones of Thrun. She's worried that the cult is going to get their hands on the ability to summon Thrun if the 20 stones are disturbed. Whenever this occurs, Thrun appears to fix their lair at all costs. So, with this in mind, we end up making our way to Dugan's Hall and we meet the speaker, Freya, a halfling who is also in charge of guarding the keystone to the 20 stones of Thrun. She says everything is okay to assuage Amalfi's worries, only for us to ultimately discover that the stone that she has is counterfeit to the actual stone. And we panic. So we head off to the hill outside of Dugan's Hall, where the 20 stones of Thrun are, and we come across no one except the black stone and 20 severed heads. It appears that the ritual has been completed. However, Thrun is nowhere to be found. Did I miss anything major?
No, but I didn't even start the recap music because I'm so out of practice for running session.
Oh.
I was gonna say there's no music, but then he was already in the flow of it. So I don't know.
Yeah. I was like, oh, it's so quiet as Gonny's telling us his things. It's like, yeah, fuck, I'm not doing my job.
I had one job, man.
Well, I have a couple
But
jobs.
he has a few jobs.
yeah, no.
Also,
as the
Gonny, you're not even on the server. You don't even know that there's no music.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
now you're not. Now you are.
Then there's music. He brings with him the gift of music. He truly is Jesus.
I need to convert into a bard.
Finbard would go so hard.
Finbard would be very. Yes, I like that.
But the thing is,
Finn the sword bard.
you do have a board on Partly, but I don't think when was the last time Emma really performed much. Like
She performed recently.
like in the tavern you sort of performed, but
Yeah, I feel like we were in a tavern somewhere and you started performing.
It was in East Haven.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it's always a sort of, oh yeah, and Emma performs, not the, oh, I made something, or...
Oh, okay. You mean you wanted to actually sing?
No, not necessarily. I'm more on the lines of, bringing some creative input. Not just say, I'm going to play for money. It's not Baldur's Gate 3 here.
Alright. I'm gonna play a bard with my next campaign. The next campaign.
Already, just a side tangent. We played with Goni a couple days ago.
Yeah, I saw you
And-
guys were playing.
Yeah, and I just taking him through the GIF crash.
Wait, what?
we
Didn't you guys already get past that?
No, we skipped it. We went back.
Oh, then you went back, or
Yeah. So
Yeah, we went back to experiment.
we haven't been to the deeper layers yet. I just put him onto the machine.
oh, okay. So he's gonna get rid of the
Yeah. No, he succeeded with
Oh, okay.
exploding it. He succeeded his checks. And then he failed convincing the woman. So I
Oh,
killed.
nice.
So I killed
Nice.
her. I killed her before she could alert the entire compound.
It's fun fighting out of that entire compound.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Did you respect one of the newer classes yet?
No. I respect into Swashbuckler, and I respected Karlak into Giant Barbarian.
All right, nice.
Because I never played Giant Barbarian before, not even in a game, so that's completely new for me. All right, D&D.
All right.
So, yes, after you've discovered that the cult has already completed the ritual in Dugan's Hall, and Trun was nowhere to be found, you turn to the gods for answers. And the gods provided. You search for where Troom have gone, and all you learned is that is not heading to an northeasterly direction, nor it is heading to Bryn Shandon. Nevertheless, that was your best guess to head towards the northwest in that case. One more slight issue that occurred was that you decided to send the stone away as an experiment to see if Troon would appear in the magic circle. You did that using the Horde Gullet that Dorian can conjure. A Horde Gullet that he does not have full control of. That he is lent to. Nevertheless, after some negotiation, the stone tablet was returned, but Dorin was given a task he must complete before you leave Icewind Dale behind. So,
Wait, so you said so when we asked the question about the northeast, it said
remember the
unclear,
map
right?
is askew.
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah.
Just remember, north is towards Calvin's Cairn.
All right.
But yes, the northeast
Wait,
was. So the questions that you asked is the creature Troom heading towards Bryn Shandon? I think you received a no for that. And is it headed to the northeasterly direction? I think it was a no as well.
All right.
If I recall, the unclear answer was
If it's being controlled or not,
yes.
because it's not being controlled; it's being imprisoned. Is the working theory, I guess. Alright.
So,
That's one theory.
I mean, in theory, that makes sense. Or, like, coerced, maybe.
But Amalti sort of confirmed it to you that it is not possible to control that creature.
Mm.
They tried everything they could, and unless the cult has access to ways that
They probably do.
could never.
Alright, so we're heading in a northwesterly direction, which means on with the map just north. Right. But they're not at Bryn Shander, or they're not going towards Bryn Shander. So we're more heading in like this direction.
Yeah, if I recall, you guys decided that you want to reach Thermalane
Yeah.
and see if perhaps that was their next that is where they were heading from here.
Hmm.
Because if it's been a month, but I think you said that because Bryn Shandon and Targus has been attacked,
Yeah.
you don't think those will be the places that they would.
No, I think the
infiltrate?
idea was that they're not going to Bryn Shander. So if they were even going to Targos, the road goes through Bryn Shander, so they would still
Yeah.
have to go to Bryn Shander.
Yeah, or Bremen.
Yeah, either way, they would have to go through
Yeah.
Bryn Shander. So we're working under the assumption that they're not going to this side. They're going more towards this side. Can you guys see this better?
They
The
should
scale.
say they should say you're wiggling.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, the scale.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright.
Yeah, look, it's only 10 feet of movement.
Oh wow.
You should be
So-
there in no time.
So we're basically making a cone like this, and
The nice thing is that you can actually do
Use a
proper
phone.
measurements, because you can say that 10 feet is roughly equals 10 miles.
Hmm.
Hmm. Oh.
We only have to go, what, 16 miles?
Yeah.
That's not that far. That's like a day's travel.
Yeah, through rough terrain, through uncharted territory.
We have a guide. She
Yeah.
can take us there.
You could probably have the
Right,
best
Maltese?
guide in the entire Icewind Dale that you could
Wait,
have.
but we're doing this on a whim, right?
I mean, we're doing it on the best information that we have, which is not much.
So yes, essentially
A win. Unless we have better ideas, we can
I don't
always
have
go for
better
better
ideas.
I mean, so
Go down into
We-
the depths
We
of
we
red water.
failed. We failed miserably in terms of tracking any kind of thing that happened at the fucking clearing with the stones.
You did. I think it was like you rolled like a 2, and then Emma tried, and she only rolled like a 12.
Yeah, which for her is impressive.
Yeah. So so you rolled the investigation 2, and then Emma tried, and she rolled a 12 because she had disadvantage.
Yeah.
And with all the tracks and everything scrambled, you try to scry. That failed.
Everything went wrong.
Well, except for your true seeing.
Yeah, but that doesn't actually help us. That's just extra information.
Yeah,
so
I guess.
everything that can go wrong did go wrong.
Basically.
So you're not going back to Dugan's Hole village?
No, I don't think that makes much sense. There's nobody at Dugan's Hall village. They all went to Goodmead.
I don't think it's necessary.
Would you roll
Yeah.
me a divine guidance roll, Adrish?
Oh,
For what purpose?
just give us something.
Indulge me.
Give
God
us
damn
something.
you.
Oh.
Just roll a
those are
20, Idris.
curse words.
Why do you have to say that? I'm gonna roll a 2 now. Watch.
Ah, believe yourself.
Okay, the 6. It's better than a 2.
Yeah.
It is.
Would you roll me a d4 as well?
It's also a 2.
Alright, that's good. That's good.
Is it? Is it though?
It's not bad. Could be
Okay.
worse. Could be worse.
Alright.
Oh.
So let's. What is the time right now? Like in the day?
It is sort of late-ish afternoon. You spend a bit of time trying to examine the area, finding clues. As it is the height of summer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not the height of summer because you're well past midsummer, but it is still the end of summer.
Are there
You
horses in Dugan's Hole?
I don't think there are horses in this entire fucking region.
What do they ride? Like wolves?
Some use dock sleds. There are these big birds that some people rent out for riding, but most people like have either oxen carts or like just
Looks like wouldn't really help us by going into the
yeah. It's not snowy.
forest.
It's not snowy right now.
Also, we're going
Wait,
into the
so
forest.
do they not have an equivalent to horses?
Not really, because there is not much cargo to be moved between cities. So there would be a couple draft horses that would be used to move cargo in between cities. But that's for like the 8 to 10 merchants. Some people who move wood down from Lonely Wood to the other cities. Another, I don't know, like stonemason that might deliver stone. But most of these towns are fairly self-sustaining.
Mm.
They catch the fish.
Was there
They eat
even
the
was there even a
fish.
stable in Dugan's Hole? Probably not, right?
No, like Dugan's Hole is one of like the smallest little shitty town. There's literally nothing here.
Alright, alright.
I don't even think they don't have a tavern or anything.
Alright. That is a shitty town.
Like
Alright.
if you want to know about Dugan's Hole, I can tell you all sorts of
I
interesting
mean,
information about Dugan's Hole, but
it's pretty shitty, so who cares?
Jesus.
Let's go to Tourmaline.
Rome is cool, I guess.
Alright.
Room is
But the
interesting.
the current population is around 100 people.
Yeah. Alright, let's get on the road then.
Well,
If we have nothing else to do, we might as well make up
Not-
some distance.
not on the road. You're walking into the wilderness.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Let's get moving.
Malti, I think it would be best if you led the way.
As you're walking away, you see Amalthi still sort of glancing back towards the stone circle.
As Malti walks, I'm gonna sort of walk up next to her and try to maybe maintain a little bit of a gap from everybody else and sort of whisper. I don't know why you don't want others to know, but these people are trustworthy. I don't think your secret would be at risk with them. If you can trust me, you can trust them.
She sort of shoots a glance towards you, and with just a whisper, basically from a corner of her mouth, says, "I'm not certain yet if I can trust you with it."
Yeah, but you don't really have much choice in that
And
matter.
she sort of speeds off, leaving you behind.
That's him.
Wow.
Wait, are they just both like speed walking?
No, like, imagine like a Melty sort of keeping a good pace in front, like checking out the terrain, stopping, petting a small rabbit. Driss just sort of dragging himself behind her, trying to catch up, running at full speed.
It's bad out here.
And still
I
not,
just
still
sort
not
of
catching
whispered
up.
to Finn, should we be on guard in case he trips or something?
Come on. The old man is not that old yet. Yet.
He might be.
He's only 61.
In physical age, not actual age.
His body is 61. His spirit?
Right in my 40s.
Yeah, well, uh,
Probably 50s.
after all the suffering,
Yeah,
I mean,
probably 50s.
and
Might be 80.
all the lost memories.
Might be 100. I don't know. It's getting up there.
Anyway,
Guys, can you give me like 2 minutes?
of course. Oh. How good is a multi at surviving in the wilderness, you guys think?
I have faith in her.
She's a ranger. She should be pretty good.
She should be decent. Yeah.
She's slightly distressed. And that doesn't mean she's not in her favored environment. So you quickly move into the wilderness. And almost immediately, the land feels different. So far, you've moved between towns, following the narrow paths carved out of this wilderness. The towns with their burning fires, their tightly packed houses, felt safe. Well, somewhat safe if you discount all the horrible cult activity that was going on. And now, you're just in the open tundra. Dugan Hall disappears behind you fairly quickly. And as you look out, you see these plains, muddy and brown, with spots of gray and white spreading towards the horizon. And the howling wind catches you on and on. Even though you're wearing your thick protective clothes that you purchased, still you feel the sting of frigid air as it chills your face.
Mm.
Your nose begins to turn red and then purple. You feel as it's getting chillier and chillier. An hour passes by, and the sun is already halfway down. You push on for one more hour, and in that time, you manage to reach the forest.
Oh, fun.
The forest is not big by any good measure. This portion of woods between Dugan's Hole and Goodmead is more like those short, almost shrub-like evergreens that are slightly bent by the constant blowing wind. There are some taller trees growing in between them, but you need to sort of crouch down in between to get any real protection from the wind from them. They are sort of like mid-chest height trees.
Very fun.
I know we didn't get get far today, but I think we should stop for tonight.
It is what it is. Can't really risk much in the night, especially with this cold.
Yes, it's going to get more and more cold throughout the night, and moving through it could spell danger. Not
No
necessarily
worries.
from all the sort of beasts that roam this land, but you and I don't want to walk into certain places.
Makes sense. Let's find a spot and just bed down for the
What's
night.
up? Yeah, let's set up camp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
moving
like a
through
reasonable thing.
some of the gun trees, you find a small opening. It's there are trees that sort of there's one larger pine tree that towers above the small ones. It's sort of bent over this opening, and under it there is a clearing. There seems to be a huge boulder the tree is leaning against that's sort of keeping it from toppling over.
Yeah, we'll just
Yeah.
get into the crevice and set up our camp for the night.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, as the magical barrier springs into life, you see that the great limbs of the pine tree are sort of being pushed back against it, almost forming a secondary dome over yours. With the quick command word of Finn, the tent springs into to existence. Well, it unfolds itself from the bag and sets itself up automatically. Inside the forest, it's easy to find enough dried up wood to start a fire. As the fire burns, the light illuminating the small trees that were included inside the barrier, you see as if their limbs are twisting and turning, reaching towards the flame. But that is just, the play of the light, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna turn on my vision, my supervision,
All
Night
right.
vision.
my ethereal vision.
Your oh
To say,
yeah, I know. Oh, I had a pun there and I lost it.
Wait, have you always had trees here?
yep.
Not always. Ever since he
No.
gouged out his eyeball and shoved the ball in there.
Wait, Hig, I want to ask a question. Is it like, are his like eyeballs uneven now, or like, does he have like one giant orb, or is like the orb similar to,
No.
like, do you know what I'm saying?
He has one eye that is covered by the eye patch, and the other one's replaced by the orb.
Yeah, but as in like, is it just a massive orb on the side of his head, or is it like the size of an eyeball?
It's the size of an eyeball,
Okay.
maybe slightly bigger.
Wait,
Just
why are you wearing the eye patch again?
because the other one is missing.
Wait, what happened to the? Oh man,
Huh?
I don't remember what happened to his other
I
eye.
do.
I
I do.
don't
I do remember.
Did he sacrifice it for something?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you have to give it up in the Feywild?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I was just
We've
trying to
been
remember.
to the Feywild? Oh my god, Percy.
Wait, what?
Girl.
I'm sorry.
Squirrel?
People
What?
in my head are
Wait.
being dumb.
Was it was it a
No,
different
You don't want to
persona that
know.
we played with?
You don't
no,
want to know.
it's fine. It's fine.
I remember that we went to the Feywild. Hig, don't worry.
Yeah, just don't remember the details.
I remember reading notes.
So, you all settle down. I'm just going to go. Adrich, what are you looking for? Are you just going to be careful and turn it on, take a look around, or are you looking for anything specific?
No, I'm not looking for anything specific. I'm mostly just looking at Amalte.
Boy, he's just staring.
Unblinking, just his eye pulsating, staring at Amalti.
Wait, does Adrish still blink or not?
Yeah.
I
Not
assume
really.
so.
No,
Not
why
really.
would I?
When you feel like it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
isn't it like a
it's a conscious
natural?
thing. It's a natural thing to want to wet your eyes, but like I don't need to wet my eyes.
Yeah, but
There's
would your body
Keeping
just
the
stop doing it
socket
after you've been
moist
doing
would,
it for
in
years?
theory, be important.
there's not
Mm,
much moisture left in Adrisht anyway.
Mm,
He's sort of drying up, kind of like a husk of himself.
that's a husk.
As we previously decided. But yeah, Adrish, as you continue to observe Amalti, you see that she's giving a hand to Wave with the cooking. She steps out of the dome for a bit and then returns with some berries and the rabbit. Clean kill.
Mhm.
Mm.
Can't believe she would do that. But yeah.
But yeah, with a quick berry and rabbit stew with milk. Where did Wave got that? Nobody knows.
Nobody wants to know.
It's just butter, loads of butter. Your bellies are filled. The warmth of the fire nicely chases the chills out of your limbs and your face. And you get ready for a good night's rest. But is there anything you guys would like to do?
I would like to continue my diary.
That is completely fair.
I would like to.
Not really.
My diary refuses to roll. It's a DC 15 wisdom, I guess.
Did I not fix that diary? I thought oh, yeah, I didn't fix it.
Fine, I can just roll a wisdom save.
Yeah, just roll a DC 15.
Wisdom check.
I'm going to make a note to fix the checkers because I don't like it when things don't work.
Nope.
I think
There you go.
that's not a success.
I want to keep working on the basics of Orcish.
You know, it's a lot easier now for you since you can read it.
But yeah, so
You have actually absolutely no issue of reading the language. Speaking is not as easy.
wait, sorry, did I roll? No, I didn't.
No, I don't think the. I think I need to turn off one of the or update one of the modules.
It's an intelligence check, so do you
Yeah,
want a
this
D20 plus my?
if you can just roll an intelligence check. If you on your character sheet you
Uh,
just click the intelligence
yeah.
button. Nope.
Really, really.
But that's the thing, like, you know, now it feels easy. You can just read it what's there, but because of that, you can't really put much into actually learning the language because it feels like you already know the language. But at the same time, it makes no sense since you just understand what's written there. And that sort of distracts you from actually learning what you're reading.
Okay. Gonna have to keep at it. I think that's my last downtime mate, to read that I need to get to 100%. Oh no, I still need to read what can we DC 15 and okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. You actually you no, sorry. You almost completed the Orcish language.
Yeah, I'm close.
Oh yeah, that's why I lowered it to DC 8 because now you can actually read the book and not just try to figure it out. Oh. All right. So are you guys going to do watches?
Ah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. What's the order?
Um.
I'll go first.
I'll go second.
All right. I guess you, Adrish, will take up the rear.
Sure.
Leave the old dying man to wake up early, watch the sunrise.
Okay,
All right.
but like Loki, sunrise would be pretty in this environment.
Well, it depends how stormy it might get.
Oh, very true.
On that note, Finn, would you roll me a divine guidance roll?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's
The only dice Finn
that's
can roll a
that's the only
net
unfortunate.
one
time
on.
That's the only time I can roll the one.
That's literally the only time because everything else is an ability check for him. Woo!
But yeah, a one.
It's still unfortunate.
All right. So, Finn, would you give me a perception check, please?
Mm-hmm. Couldn't have rolled a 15
You
literally
got
30
this.
seconds ago. 21.
Yeah. Finn, you don't see much as The trees around you are around the chest height of a man. And so are you. So all around you, you see the trees.
Hmm. Profound.
If there is something out there, you can't quite hear it in the dampened sound of the dome. That the whistle and howl of the wind still seems to permeate somehow. And you can definitely not see anything outside. Except for the lines of trees. But nothing approaches the dome directly. No creature seems to stalk. Seems to be safe here. For now. Nevertheless, the hours of your long rest are passing, and you feel the tiredness is getting to you. Thankfully, it is the end of your watch.
All right, I'm gonna wake up Emma. Emma,
Um,
it's your turn. My watch is over.
okay. Thanks, Finn. Get some
Yeah.
rest.
Good night.
Good
You too.
night.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Just the perception, or do you want a divine?
Just a perception check,
Okay.
please.
I almost clicked on performance. Oh. God
Yeah, it's
damn.
only 18. Oh no, sorry, 20. I see that you rolled a 7, so I assumed it's not going to be above 20.
Well, I mean, you're right. It wasn't above 20.
Yeah.
I saw the 7 and I'm just like, eh.
Right. So, Squirrel, as you sit there looking out, sometimes standing up to look over the trees constantly moving in the wind, as if waving towards you. Nothing seems to approach. But at the same time, something hits you. You
What?
feel a profound loneliness.
Oh?
As you take your watch alone. You recall many other times when there was at least someone or something by your side on these lonely nights. Something to share the burden with, or someone to talk or reminiscence with. But now you're alone. But not alone, your friends are right behind you, but at the same time it feels empty.
Oh.
It feels that things are missing. Things that you had before. And as you watch out, you know it cannot be. It is just in your mind, but as if in the howls of the wind, a melody is drifting. A melody you know oh so well. A melody that you've been hearing over your life.
Ooh.
A melody you don't know, still don't know where it's from or what it means. A melody that you stopped looking for, but
Hmm.
you've learned a bit. You learned about your people, your parents, but this song was never explained to you. You had no chance to meet with them directly. What is this song? What is this strange tune that haunted your dreams, haunted your wake hours? This song that you always hummed when you were a kid. The song that you could never explain, neither to your parents or your siblings.
Hmm.
Could it be? Could this song be an answer to your questions? Could knowing this song fill that void that you feel? Give you a purpose? A more right purpose? Or could that just give you an answer? An answer that you haven't gotten yet from anyone? Who is Emma Koryak supposed to be? Your watch passes uneventful. It's the dead of the night.
Give me a moment. I will wake up Pinterest. I just need to finish writing this down. Notes.
Emma, there was something that you didn't quite notice.
Oh.
But as you turn back towards the tent to wake the old man, you realize that although you did not feel it, and you didn't quite hear it in the howling wind, pitter pattering of rain begin to fall onto your dome. Of course, it's no way in, so you see the rain droplets running down on the sides of this opaque dome.
Oh. That's cool. Weird.
Yeah. So you're
But
going to wake.
Emma,
You said you're going to wake
addressed.
Adrish.
Yeah. Hey, old man.
What happened?
It's your
A, a,
watch.
a plume of dark smoke just slowly drifts back into Adrish's mouth.
Oh god, it's already. I feel like we've been walking forever. Let's sleep for a bit. Alright.
Get up.
Get off my ass. I go take my watch.
Right. So yeah, with Emma quickly bundling up into her sleeping bag, you take your seat in the front. You don't see anything but trees. So you stand up and take a look out. You see the tops of trees swaying like green little hands waving towards you. Give me a perception check, please.
Alright. Perception.
That's a
Bro,
excellent
bro.
perception check.
I am still sleepy.
Not quite, Adrisht, because you do notice something, but it seems to take up your entire attention. As you continue to look out, you sit back down. Because nobody wants to fucking stand around for hours.
Yep.
And your eye constantly are drifting upwards at the droplets that fall and then more and more. And they run down on the side of the dome and gather into a little trickle of water. And then the trickle grows as more and more rain falls. Suddenly, a hand is placed on your shoulder. May I bother you for a moment, Lord Einsfog?
Yeah. What do you want about the?
I feel I was somewhat rude to you previously.
Wait, when?
Well, I told you that I do not trust you.
Oh, nobody trusts me. I don't trust me. Probably the right thing to do.
Yet,
And honestly, it would be crazy for me to expect you to trust me already.
that's um admirable to say, I think.
No, this is practical. Come on.
Oh, well, in any case, I hope that I can see you earn my trust as we work together against this evil cult. For
Oh,
I need the help of someone I can really trust.
that would be nice, but
But
right now
that
it feels
is
like we're just chasing our own tails.
that won't be you, Lord Einsfog. And you see her eye sort of shift and look back towards the tent, toward that bundle of a woman that you just go see a couple hours ago, snuggle up, and now like a horrendous snoring
Can you
emanates from.
repeat the last line she said? Sorry.
She said it won't be you.
Before that.
She said that she's hoping that you, as in the collective you, will be able to earn her trust because she needs help from someone she can really trust.
Okay. And then she pointed at Emma and said that, what?
She didn't really point. She just said that it won't be you, and then
And
sort of
looked at Emma. Okay.
looked towards Emma. And as you looked, you just saw her sort of splayed out, with one leg
Probably
sticking out
drooling.
from the bundle and just snoring up a storm with a pillow over her face.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have any hopes for that. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. She's mostly reliable.
But why do you say, Lord Einsog, that you should not be trusted?
Oh,
These companions of yours seem to put their lives at stake at All times just
Well, they have a lot of patience and a lot of practice dealing with my bullshit. You're not there yet. Also, I did say I don't trust myself fully, right? And that's not meant to be some kind of, uh, you know, uh, plea for sympathy or anything. It's just the truth. There is a part of me, however small that may be, that is very much out of my control. Do you see this? And I sort of point to my eye.
well, yes.
You can you get a sense of what it is? I imagine your abilities lean into it somewhat.
Um Let me just fucking check. Does she have any capabilities of
No,
sensing
probably,
magic? Probably,
probably not.
something. She has to have something, right?
I don't actually know. I'm just imagining, or at least I'm just imagine since she's her.
She's the ranger.
Yep.
Do rangers can't detect magic? Let me just
But
check.
just she's like very perceptive. Generally.
She is.
She's
She's
also just hella old, man. Like she just sceenish.
she hey, don't talk shit about this lady. To calling her hella old.
I mean, I'm talking in comparison to us.
But that's true. Compared to you, she is ancient.
Like she hella old, man. I mean, Finn wouldn't say that, but
But Gonny would.
yeah, Gonny just did.
The bitch he is.
Nah. She's quite like a mousey.
Right. So she reaches out with one hand towards your face and sort of makes some arcane symbols with her fingers. And you see her eyes go wide as she feels the artifact that is embedded in your skull. She actually takes a step back away from you and clenches her fist.
Um, don't worry. Right now, I'm probably in control. Probably, but yes, it is a lot, and
It is evil.
well,
Just
yes, and
so
quite honestly,
so
it's
dark and evil.
and just because we're being honest with each other in the name of trust, it's not the only evil magic that's currently influencing me.
You just sort of open up your robe and there's a
Let's
like
say
there's a
there's
pyramid embedded in your chest. There's a cube in your stomach. There's a
there's
cylinder
a
in your
My finger
pants.
detaches. You want to see?
let's say there's this is only one of the evils that's in my head. The other one is more metaphysical.
He's not evil. Evil.
Alright.
No, he is kind of. Not really, but kind of. He's ruthless. We can
Mhm.
definitely say that the shadow is definitely ruthless.
Mhm.
Somewhat sassy.
Mhm. Yeah. So
How what will you do?
what
This
is there to be
power
done?
will this power is eating you away. I thought
Well,
I I didn't want to assume, but now I see it's your life, your body, everything is being consumed.
yeah, that is that is true. But hopefully, I can get a handle on it before it's too late. And hopefully I can sort all of this out before it's too late too. So when I say I don't fully trust myself, you know that I have very good reason for it. It's probably for the best, honestly.
Well, I shall pray for you, Edrich Dainsfog,
I'm
for
thankful.
all of our sake.
I'm thankful, but I'm afraid it's going to take a little bit more than that. Well, now that questions about me are out of the way, how the hell are you here? I mean, it's just a strange place for someone of your.
That is a question for a different time. For now, it does not matter. Our goal is aligned. We must halt the work of this cult and, as you said, that necromancer's work, and stop them from trampling these 10 towns.
Doesn't it get sort of annoying to be in this state when you could be in the other?
He sort of just smiles at you and says, after a couple centuries, you barely notice the difference. She sort of steps close again and gently pats you on the shoulder and then returns to the tent, leaving you behind.
Good night, Amalthi. I don't even know if you sleep.
Wow.
She sleeps standing up.
Oh, she takes up the sort of meditative pose like Dorian. She's trancing.
Alright.
I know she's an
Elf
elf.
style. Yeah, elf style.
I think she's
We also have another elf, who doesn't really trance. Splayed out across the
She
floor,
she
snoring,
sometimes does. She
ass in the air,
I have a
sitting
slight
there,
headcanon
snoring
that you
into the
might have
couch.
sleep apnea.
She's just like ass in the air, snoring into the fucking cushions.
Anyway, the last couple hours of your watch pass by an eventful Adrish.
I mean,
But
they could have passed by eventually. I wouldn't know. I don't know what.
yes, because something is a growing concern for you. The rain is not stopping. If something, it is growing in strength. And even though you're inside the dome, the howling wind is growing as well. A great storm has descended on Icewind Dale. And as the sun rises on the horizon, it is just a blurry dot barely piercing the clouds and storm. And then the spell ends.
Oh, fuck. Freezing, freezing, freezing.
We not have
Adrish,
anything to prevent rain falling on us. God damn it.
as the tiny hut but time runs out, for a moment you see the rain above you, then you feel it all over you as it cascades down on the only dry spot in this entire forest. The storm just lashes onto you, immediately soaking through your clothes. The small fire that you sort of kept alive throughout the night to provide a little bit of illumination in the area is snuffed out immediately.
Hmm. Oh god, it's gonna be a miserable day, guys.
All of you wake with a startle as
Ah,
lightning cracks again across the sky.
what happened to the dome?
What do you mean, what happened to the dome? It timed out. It poofed. It does this thing called disappearing when we're done resting.
Wait, Hig, do we normally wake up before the dome has poofed or after it's poofed?
It's sort of because the dome is up for 8 hours, and you sleep. You need 8 hours of rest. Your longest is not 8 hours. It's some for sort of like from night till morning.
Yeah.
So I sort of assume that you first do your like preparations, set up the tent, and then Emma casts the dome
It's
for
like
the eight
it's
hours of
basically
rest.
as we're going to sleep, she casts the
Yeah,
dome.
as you
Until
as you
then,
go
we're
to
just
sleep,
kind
you
of
cast the tent, then you
Yeah.
rest for 8 hours, and then in the morning you probably spend like an hour more to get up the tent, get ready for the next day,
eat.
eat,
Uh,
and head off.
And I'm trying to suss if the dome ended prematurely.
No, like
Okay.
like you didn't really keep track of time because you don't really have any means of keeping track of time. But you had a full night of rest, so you can only assume that the dome lasted to its um, intended length.
we got the full night of rest, right?
Yes, I applied it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I can. Yesterday I tried to scry on Elena Gloom, right?
Yes, you did.
Today I'm gonna try to scry on Lord Ashgrave.
Well, are you going to do it right now, or is just a plan for?
Right now, right now.
So as you stand in the lashing rain and freezing your ass off,
I would be freezing myself regardless, even if we are moving.
and the others are still in the tent, in the dry, looking at you outside.
God damn it!
They watch as you sort of tilt your head towards the sky, and the orb is sort of bulging out of the eye socket for a moment, and you're going to guess cry, right?
Yep.
Right. So
I
yeah,
need,
since
PC.
we are not in the dome, the spell is not affected by the arcane anomaly, so it goes off without a hitch. Um, you don't know Edgeglade, but you have met him.
I've seen him. Yeah.
You've seen him.
I would
So
say I'm
you definitely
familiar
have
with him.
familiar is no. I would say that you definitely have first-hand
Yeah.
knowledge of him. You're definitely not familiar with him. You only seen him from afar as well, really.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't possess anything from him. So it is just a flat roll on his wisdom save.
Yep.
Where are you, Ashclave? To roll a wisdom saving throw.
Wait. Hey,
Sorry? Yeah?
I can cast on people I've only heard about?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not gonna do it on Ashgrave then. I'm gonna do it in group.
Throom, you mean?
Room. Yeah.
Yeah, like the thing is, like, you can scry on anything that you've heard about if you have a concept of it.
Can I get a multi? I'm gonna go to a multi. Multi, from memory, can you perhaps draw an image of Thrum?
Give me a divine guidance roll. That's what the multi says.
God damn it.
Oh, bro.
It's better than
Alright, nah,
10.
to be fair,
Phew.
it's better.
Yeah, over 10. That's what I was looking for.
Alright.
To be honest, I was just looking for an excuse
give
to
us
show
an
you guys
image.
I stream.
Oh.
So you move into the tent, and as the others are sort of gathering their things, putting away bedrolls and getting ready to set out into this storm. Yes, Kamalti, and she's a bit confused, but after you explain that you want to see if you can locate the creature, she takes the chalk and parchment from you and begins sort of sketching down this creature.
Also, did we bring the stone with us?
No, you left the stone there.
Oh, god damn it. I wish I brought the stone with me.
But the reason you wanted to get it back because
No, I get it.
if the stone is taken, bad things happen. Remember?
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to take that stone. Sorry. So, as she sort of draws, you see this huge, sort of almost ape-like creature. It's covered with thick fur, and it's enormous.
So Nick shows the charcoal image she painted.
Oh, somehow it's with the parchment's color and maybe this chalk went off. It seems to have some colors as well.
Oh,
Oh god, that thing is cool.
Jesus.
I can't lie, that's fire.
That's fucking Troon.
Oh my god.
Bro,
that thing
my
is
gut
hideous. I
instinct
love it.
was it's a rabid bantha.
It's like a boar almost.
Yeah.
As you can see, it doesn't have any eyes. Those are all nostrils.
Yeah, I can see that. It's
Yeah.
Kind
crazy.
of reminds me of a Yeti, to be honest.
It's really fucked up your history.
Lovely little
Yeah,
guy.
The rare quadrupedal
Yeti's
yeti.
crazy dog. Yeti's
Yeah, except it's
I love the
twice the
ears.
size.
I
It's
love the
twice the
ear.
size of a Yeti.
Some dogs are twice the size of their owners.
Anyway,
Oh, that's
So
a
yeah.
necklace of hands.
yeah,
Yeah,
those are
so
the
I'm
20
gonna
hands
cast
that are used to
Cry.
summon it.
I'm gonna cast Cry on Thrum. I'm gonna guess it doesn't have much wisdom.
Why would you say that?
On account of it not having eyes for some reason. It doesn't.
Are you saying things with no eyes cannot be smart?
No, this can't be wise. I
Are you
haven't
saying
seen the
blind people are not wise?
Yep,
Wait, isn't this coming from a blind person?
I'm not blind. I can see.
Well, technically, you have no eyes, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Technically, you
I
have
guess
no eyes.
technically
Yeah.
correct is the best way to correct. And who
Technically-
has ever accused me of being smart?
That is true. That is entirely true. Edrich is the best example for his own theory.
Yep.
To be
The
honest, you're-
flawless theory I'm not smart enough to have come up with it.
but
Somebody else take
you
credit.
are quite
Yes.
correct. Thrum does not have good wisdom.
Yeah.
But
And second hand, so that's a +5. Lightness, so that's a -2. So like a +3 to his wisdom.
so you guess your spell, and it fails.
God damn it, Thrum! He didn't save, right? Somebody blocked it.
The spell did not succeed.
Oh. once in my life, I would like Sky to work. All right.
Right. Are you ready?
Yep.
With the command word, Finn sends the tent back into the backpack, and you all immediately sodden and freezing.
I feel like somebody
Well-
had an item to keep them warm.
Oh no, Wave is just resistant to cold.
Didn't somebody have like a orb or something that kept them warm? That's me.
I
Maybe I'm
think
thinking
you're
of something
thinking
else.
of your last game. I think
Maybe.
Icarus had like a warming stone or some shit.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of that.
Amalti pulls her fur-lined cloak over herself, dropping the hood deep in front of her face. Sort of gestures you to follow. In the lashing wind and pouring rain, you can barely make out her shape in front of you. And you
Mhm.
begin your miserable, snail-paced journey through the sodden, mudded land. I am going to
Wait.
need. Yeah,
Are we in the forest yet?
you're in the forest, yeah.
Okay.
But as I
You said
described, the forest itself is not like a real forest. It's more like those taiga forests where there's like small, almost shrub-sized trees.
Right. So we can't really take shelter under them.
Yeah, like you took shelter under one of the big trees. There are a
Oh.
couple big trees in it, but it's mostly like these small, windswept trees.
Alright.
Um,
What do you need?
Yeah.
um,
Cause tonight.
I'll say, all of you give me a constitutional saving throw and an athletics check.
I'm good at both of those.
But that's the,
Fun.
that's the thing, you know. Today it's not about the um, it's not about the moving as fast as possible. It's more about enduring the pain.
Mhm.
And we, as we know, Adrisht is all about enduring the pain.
Mm-hmm.
Cold is just my natural state.
Exactly. So, as you walk through the wind and storm and rain, at one point, instead of the rain begins to shift, and instead these almost pebble-sized hail begin to fall on you. You pull your cloak as close as possible. You pull your hood almost completely in front of your face. All you can see is the person in front of you. Emma, with your light stature, you're actually sort of being blown by the wind because you're lanky and light.
Yeah.
You sort of need to hold on to someone to not be
Wave,
toppled over
wave wraps a tail around her.
in the gale force wind. You're truly moving at a snail's pace. The sun is barely piercing through the thick cloud cover. You have no way of detecting anything really beyond your arm's reach. But what kind of mad creature would be out in this kind of storm hunting?
Oh, we're about to find out, aren't we?
don't worry. Storm giants are not common in Icewind Dale.
What about the worm variety?
Storm worms?
The worms.
Oh. I mean, worm with a Y or?
Worm with the O.
Oh yeah. You know, worms come up in the rain, right?
Yeah, they do.
Also, don't really need to see much.
They don't need to see anything.
Also, don't care about the rain.
They can smell it.
Also, eternal heating.
Um, but so far, no crack appears in the ground. No horrendous monster bursts out from below. But Adrisht, as you sort of holding onto the back of Dorin's cloak, stumble forward, you almost fall. And as you take a look, you see that you are standing on a road.
Yeah?
A road, you know, judging by the sun, if you are correct, is heading from west to east.
The east way.
Amalti sort of turns to all of you and shouts over the wind, which I'm not going to do, just because, you know, polite society. Uh, it is. It's quite bad. Should we take shelter in Bryn Shandon?
You think?
We'll leave it to your discretion.
Yeah, sure.
I can barely see anything, and
Yeah.
I don't know if I can keep the path to Thermalin this way. But I'm worried as well.
If we lose our path, it's worse than losing some time traveling the road. Let's just follow the road, get to Bridgehatter, and we can take the road towards Termine.
There's one way though. If we head to the north, you can see Calvin's cairn, and she sort of gestures that you do see, even through this horrendous storm, this outline, this dark outline on the horizon, sort of looming over the valley almost. We can reach the Dwarven Valley. We can take shelter there.
Our ultimate goal is Tamer, or what's it called? Tamerlane?
Thermalin.
Termalaine. Our ultimate goal is Termalaine. Which way do you think would be faster? To the Dwarven Valley and then north when the storm subsides? Or take the road through Binchanda? Honestly, I'm leaning towards. Sorry, go on.
Going to Bryn Shander would be safer.
Yeah, but safety is not our priority right now. It's catching up to those spots.
She sort of nods agreeably.
What do you guys think? Is it worth the risk? Or do we just head to Binchanda and wait it out?
I think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, same.
Well then, Monty, lead the way.
Keep the cairn inside. And try to follow me in my steps. And as she moves on, you see that...
Wait! I take out my rope. And I throw it to her.
Make a noose.
Everyone grab on!
Hold tight.
Everyone grab on!
Yeah. Grabbing.
Amalti sort of ties the belt, ties the end of the rope into her belt, and then sort of shoots a smile backwards before turning towards the mountain.
I'll grab the rope. I'll wrap it around my arm and send it back. I'm guessing
will-
Wave is at the back.
Probably. Yeah. As you look at Wave, you see that he's not bothered. Like, it's odd.
He's
Like
just chill.
all of you are soaked to the bone. Like it is horrendously unpleasant. It is hard to walk, and the top layer of the ground complete to this deep, thick mud that you sink to your knees practically with every step, and you have to wrench out your feet from the mud and then step into another pile of mud ahead of you. But the Wave seems unbothered. Not in a stoic way, but almost as in almost in a natural way. The wind blowing over his scaly skin, his eyes shining bright, looking around in the storm. He does like the little like tongue flicks into the air, tasting the rain.
Well then, keep heading on.
Yeah. And you step forward and you sink to your knees with a. I'm going to need
That's great.
another Constitution saving throw from everyone, and another Athletics check. I was doing so good.
Con saves. I'm like, what?
Yeah, like the DC
Yeah.
was higher this time, but overall, like very, very good rolls.
Yeah, like,
You know what? Actually, give me a divine guidance roll, all of you.
You want one from all of us?
Yeah, I'm looking for a cumulative here.
damn.
Ooh!
Not a one. Come on. Ah,
That would have been
That's
funny.
27, it's 33 cumulative.
Wait, what? 21?
I'm looking for your. I was looking for your totals.
Guys, I need to use the toilet real
Yeah,
quick.
of course.
Total is not 33.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 40. No. 43. Even better.
Mhm.
So, as you all stumble forward, Amalti seems to stop for a moment, and then climb on top of this large boulder to one side. It seems to peer into the storm for a moment. As you're sort of dragged up to the to the rock by the rope on her hip, uh, she points out something ahead, sort of towards the west of you.
What do you see? I look in the
She
direction
she,
she's
she
pointing at.
shouts back to you through the storm, but you can't quite make it. But you do see this wide smile spreading on her face. As she jumps down, she sinks into the mud below her knees, but quickly clambers out and starts leading you towards the west.
Alright, continue on. Still grabbing the rope.
Yeah.
Uh, as you move, suddenly she clambers up this ridge, and as you follow her, you find yourself on a path. A path that is bathed in the rain, and the falling rain is running down on either side of it. But you see that there are these square stone blocks set into the hardened stone dust-filled ground under it. You're standing on a road that is much higher quality than the Eastway was.
The hell? The road in here?
I thought it was completely lost. It must be closer to the valley than I thought. The dwarves built a road to bring their goods into town.
Oh,
I
what
thought it
town
was-
is that?
Mostly Bryn Shandel. That's where they sold their goods before they left. I thought that the road was completely taken away by now. People love to use these square stones for their buildings.
These are cobblestones.
Yeah, basically. But like
Okay.
perfect square stones, not like
Ooh.
regular local stones. Like they are not like fitted together perfectly. There are gaps in between them, but they are set into this almost like concrete like stone mixture, perhaps set by magic.
Dwarven engineering.
It is not something that you would expect here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Sorry, what did I miss?
Basically,
We found a road.
You were lucky enough to find an old dwarven trade road that led
Oh.
from the valley to Bryn Shandon. Amalti was saying that it. She was surprised that it was here because the people of 10 Towns love to use these square stones to build buildings out of.
Okay.
But yeah, with proper, water ditches dug on either side, you only need to deal with the rain falling from above and the wind blowing into your face. But it is a much, much easier path to follow.
That should help us make some faster progress. Let's keep going.
So, I'm going to need one more Constitution saving throw and athletics check from you. At this point, you're wearing those, well, good enough quality winter clothes, but with this rain, it is practically soaking to your underwear. Like there's water sloshing around in your boots.
There we go. That's more what I expect a con save to be.
Yeah, athletics are crazy though.
Yeah, but that's very good. Connie?
I imagine these are easier than last time, considering we're on a road now.
Sorry, 2 seconds.
The athletics is. The constitution's not.
Mm-hmm.
Constitution's always getting harder because, you're practically pushing yourself.
18 and 21.
Right. So that is a failure from Adrisht and Emma. You can both take 1 level of exhaustion.
Alright.
Yo.
I'm going to apply that to you if I figure out how to do it on the new sheet.
That would be wonderful, because I have no idea.
I think it should be in effect. No. How do I exhaust you again?
We are immune to exhaustion.
How do I do this again?
Immune, I say. God,
You know what? I just
exhausted.
fucking wrote it down on a sticky note. And now it's on my screen. Over my sheet.
Exhausted.
Well, it was. My screen is not very conducive to sticky notes, so it's under my screen.
Sign.
Unlike the
One level
border.
evolution. Alright. Figured it out.
Hooray.
God
But to be
damn
honest,
it.
I didn't figure out how to do it on the sheet, I just did it on your token.
Alright.
Oh.
Which is fine. I will figure it out how to do it on the sheet because it's a bit embarrassing that I don't actually know how to fucking do it. But with this last push, you enter a valley nearing Kelvin's cairn. The hills surrounding you are now blocking the wind, most of it at least, from sweeping onto you. But still, the water runs by you in these deep, well-built ditches. As you enter the valley, you see it fairly empty. Grey stone walls, pebble and rock-filled flooring. But Amalti seems to know her way, and she leads you on the path until you reach this door. You see several other doors on either sides, but this one seems to be the largest one. It is still around 4 feet tall. And there is a large lock on the front of it. Any of you good with opening one of these?
I might be able to do something about it.
Do we all just look at Emma?
Mhm.
Can I
I don't
try
know
my hand
how
at
much
the
she can-
lock?
I don't know how much she can do in her current state, but she's the best
Emma,
of all of us.
your fingers are quite frozen.
Yeah.
You know, there's rain in your face. The others are sort of forming a circle around you to give you a bit of a windbreak and a bit of a cover from the rain. But it's rough going.
How big is this door?
Sorry?
How big is this door?
Like 5 feet wide, 4 feet tall.
Well, have at it, Emma. If you can't do it, then we have the big guy.
It has like
Wave.
it has two sides, so it would swing inwards. And there is this large lock in its center.
We'll get ready in case she fails. He pulls out his big adamantine maul.
Oh, God.
So, yeah,
Doran can give you guidance.
Doran swears in Celestial about just
Merde.
getting it done because there's ice water trickling down in his ass crack.
Oh, God. Oh, there's... Oh, shit.
Plus D4.
Right.
Let's see that plus D4.
Get to 15.
Just
maybe?
watch it be a 1.
4.
Right.
I
It
mean, that's
takes you
not
a bit
too
of-
bad.
Takes you a bit of time, Emma, and the others are sort of grumbling under their breath as you are continue to be soaked. But there is a point when there's no more, not any more water that can be soaked into your clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, you move your little pins around in the lock, and you hear the distinct click as the locking mechanism unlocks, and as you sort of leant against the door to sort of get a better look at the door. The door swings inward, and you sort of stumble forward into the darkness.
Wave turns on his light.
The light reveals a low, like a 4.5 feet tall
Also-
corridor.
Just because I need to say this, true scene.
All right. Yep. You look into it, and you see a roughly 4.5 feet tall stone corridor with carved walls. Give me a perception check, Adrish.
Yeah, those are always great for me. So we go. Oh yes, add disadvantage.
Yeah, because you're
Uh,
exhausted.
How about I do it? I use a sorcery point.
Yeah. You can absolutely do that.
Wait, hey,
And
just so
roll.
I'm clear, we've arrived at a door on the way to Bryn Shadow.
That's
No,
much better.
you
That's an
you
8.
went the completely other way. You decided that you wanted to go to the Dwarven Valley and take shelter there.
Okay.
That's why we said, do you want to take the risk?
Do
Bryn
you
Shadow
want
was
to take a risk now?
That's an 8. I forgot I have disadvantage. It's terrible. I'm terrible.
You do have a disadvantage. And you don't see anything. Well, there might have been something there, but it could be just, your old eye
Mm-hmm.
or your imagination, or
It is a very old eye.
or just
Wait,
a rat.
can a drift not see anything even with Vave's light?
No, I mean, I can see, I just don't notice things.
Okay.
There might have been something there, but
Yeah, but he missed it.
Adrish clearly wasn't paying, wasn't looking at it. But yeah, you see ahead of you this empty, roughly 4.5 feet tall, 5 feet wide, empty corridor that seems to lead into the darkness deep into the hill.
Where the hell are we, Amalthi?
Well, there used to be a dwarven clan who have found refuge here after their exile from their homeland. They lived here for a couple, decades, but then their hero king has retaken their homeland from the horrid invaders that took it from them. And they left, leaving this
Where did they go?
home. They have retaken their kingdom.
What kingdom was
Wait,
that?
Hig, is this?
Sorry?
Is that-
This isn't the people from Mithril Hall, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Oh. Well, unless we want to head back out into the storm tonight, I'm gonna guess we bed down here for the night.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Might as
Should probably
well,
scope out the area and make sure there's
yeah,
something
might as well
safe.
just delve into the cave a little bit, see what the hell is around. Cave is a pretty good place for a cult, an abandoned dwarven cave,
Well, the door was locked.
Yeah, because nobody can do that magically.
It was locked from the inside, the outside.
Mhm.
Are you
With
seeing?
a padlock?
Are you seeing? No. It was like the lock was built into the door.
So it can be locked from the inside as well.
All right. you're heading in. What is our marching order here?
I'll go first.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright. Brave.
I fell into the door first.
True.
I mean,
So
please,
me
you're
going
good.
first makes sense.
I'm gonna be between Wave and Finn.
Yeah, aside from Finn, all of you need to sort of crouch down or bend down very much in this tunnel. Like the tunnels are basically wide enough for two dwarfs to pass shoulder to shoulder with each other, and just tall enough that, you know, a tall dwarf would need to bend their head slightly down.
So we're
Emma's
like on
hurting.
all fours.
Emma's already hurting, so it's a little more pain.
I'm gonna send Hope out into the cave.
Yeah.
Ahead of us.
The shimmering rainbow-like light of Hope's body
Wait, Hope
flickers,
emits light.
just like a you know, a sort of a
She reflect
shimmer.
light.
Yeah,
Okay.
like she's not glowing with light, but you could spot him sort of
Spotted if there's
shimmering
light in the
sometimes.
area.
Yeah,
So, wait, is the bird bioluminescent?
not
No.
quite. It's more like that her feathers are very good at reflecting light,
Oh, okay.
and it almost gives her the impression that she's glowing if there's light present.
Okay.
I'm assuming there's no light in the cave other than the one we're throwing out.
Yeah, it's completely dark.
Alright.
And at the same time, there's this sort of musty smell coming forth.
Yeah,
The ground
Hope's
is covered with dust.
gonna enter the cave.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna look through her eyes and put my hand on somebody's
Well,
waist or something.
you're still tied together, kind of. So,
Yeah, basically.
yeah, the confines are quite tight, so Hope doesn't cannot do a lot of like maneuvering, but it is large enough for her to fly. You know, because she's tiny.
Yeah.
As she flies forward, after maybe 30, 40 feet ahead, the ceiling rises a tiny bit. Not enough for you to stand straight, but maybe, you know, not fully bent by the hips. And there are many side chambers opening from there. Some of them separated with doors, others like open doorways carved into the wall. Through Hope's eyes, you see through one of those open chambers this large sort of some kind something constructed inside of it. It's seems to be half carved, half built into the stone itself.
Hoops is gonna wait in the main chamber, wait for us. Once we are in the chamber, we'll just start looking around, I guess. How many?
Yeah.
Go on.
As you cautiously sort of head down the corridor, are you going to close the door behind you?
Probably. Don't want the cold to get in. I have tried through seeing on the door is just mundane, right?
Yes.
Alright.
But Trusing wouldn't tell you if it's magical, but Dorin has detect magic on at all times, so.
Okay.
I can tell you that yes, the door is mundane. It's well constructed. Reinforced metal edges and corners on hardwood.
But it's not gonna trap us in with some weird magic. That's all I kind of want to know there. Okay.
Yeah. As you pull the door behind you, the thick wooden structure blocks out the storm and the wind.
So I don't see any hidden secret doors, right?
No.
That is something that actually Proceed does see.
Yeah, I know. If there was, I would have told you.
Mhm.
Although you did roll a 3 on your perception.
Mm.
I mean, the spell shows me hidden doors, not really my perception.
Well, if you can see.
Yeah, I am not blind. I don't notice details, but like if there's something is shining at me.
But yeah, for, a long time now, finally you're out of the howls of the wind, the lashing of the rain, and you're in a safe, dry place. What do you do?
Ah,
Still feel like we need to get a better lay of the land here. Make sure all these chambers are clear. How many
Yeah.
exits are there even?
mm-hmm.
So on this short corridor that you're standing on, there are 6 rooms, and there's further corridor that seem to branch off in 3 directions ahead of you.
Have you been here before, Malti?
Visiting. That these were good people living here. Well, they were a bit stubborn, as dwarves sometimes tend to be, but nevertheless good people.
If you said that
Provided.
the people of Bethel Hall, we concur.
Oh, yes, they. It was a great day when they finally managed to get their home back, but a sad day at the same time as they all left, leaving their holes. Yeah, I believe these could be called their new holes here. Guess it's not as magnificent as their home, but still.
How deep do these caves go?
I'm not certain. I know that they mined iron and coal under Calvin's cairn.
Wait, these go all the way to Kelvin's cairn?
You're technically under Calvin's cairn, like it's the foothill of Calvin's cairn. Yeah, it doesn't go like directly under it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Do you remember which way the throne room was?
Oh, Bruno never made a throne room for himself. He said that uh, that was one of the stubbornest dwarf I ever known. But he said that a king without a kingdom does not need a throne room.
That's very wise.
I meant more just rooms tall enough for us, really.
Oh, I think he deliberately never made one of those. He really
But
hated when humans visited.
God damn it.
Always liked to see them grovel down and crouch.
I mean, it
Yeah,
makes sense.
but like it's so
Oh.
strange.
Actually, there might be one. and she sort of gingerly starts walking forwards, as if trying to recognize some places.
I'm gonna look at Doran. Keep a lookout for magic. Dwarves love their traps.
King Bruenor has adopted a young human girl. Perhaps her room might be a bit taller.
Think you can find it? Have you been there?
No, but I think he might have had some guest quarters for friends of his. Perhaps this way? And she's sort of heading down the left corridor.
Oh, might as well.
Yeah.
By the way, the doors that are closed, are they locked?
Are you checking?
Yeah, we want to try a few of them.
Yeah, we're trying to.
They are not.
We just peek
Okay.
into them, see what the hell is that.
Yeah.
You notice some seem to contain like rotting boxes and crates. Others seem to have been emptied, as they don't seem to have anything in them. There's one next to the open chamber Hope peeked into that seemed to have been used for coal storage. There are still some in there in these wooden crates. But nothing really stands out.
No passageways to the rooms.
There's one room that seemed to have been for accommodation. There are some empty bed frames, as in like large stone blocks
Mhm.
that look like dwarven beds.
Any plumbing?
No.
No, man. Man, that must be a shit job, you know? Carrying
would
all that
be.
dwarf shit out of the mountain.
You know, they go out to shit.
Really, every one of them goes out of the mountain into the cold to take a shit.
Oh, that's long, man.
Or you know, maybe there's a deep crevice deep in the dwarven mines.
They're shitting on the Balrog.
Shitting down into the Underdark.
They're just shitting on the Balrog.
You just crouch down next to the fissure. You take a poop. It sizzles when it lands. It's like, yeah, sure.
This works. Voice management.
Meanwhile, the dwarven city below. The drow city below. It's like.
No,
You see?
it's the Duregar city.
You see? I told you. All surface creatures are evil. We must purge the surface. Of the
So
shitter.
that's why they don't like it.
Every single dwarven
They're
kingdom
just jealous
has,
of. Yeah.
every single dwarven kingdom has their plumbing leading straight into the Underdark. And it just
That's why the
trickles down.
Duregar hate the dwarves.
It just trickles it all trickles down there.
Menzoberranzan is just a pile of shit.
So the human cities, like they don't really lead there. They have sewers. That part, like yes, they have sewers, but the sewers just lead into the Underdark.
Everybody's just shitting on the Underdark.
That's the new canon. The ancient conflict between the surface creatures and the Underdark is all based on them shitting into their property.
I mean, can you blame them? That's just life beef.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, the
Going
surface
about your-
dwellers, the surface dwellers could easily not do it.
Shit in a river? Nope. Shit on,
Or,
shit on the
collect-
drow's head.
collect it, use it as fertilizer, magic it away or something.
Just like this little dwarf child, this little like drow child, just like playing in the streets, and just a turd lands on his head. God.
That's how they get radicalized.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna grow up to be an angry Durga.
At some point, it's not even anymore the dwarfs that are shitting on them. It's the Duragar parents is like, no, he needs to learn.
Put him in the shitting spot.
Throughout the centuries, there's like, no, they need to know why we hate them.
The test of reflexes. They put them on poles, standing on poles, dodging shit.
Artie, you went a bit robotic for me.
Oh,
I
I thought
said-
it was me.
Is it fine now?
Speak a bit more.
Hello. Is it fine?
No, you're still robotic.
Jeez.
God damn it, Discord. What are you doing, Discord? Is it okay now?
Yeah, it is much better.
I was just saying that it's like the drow initiation ritual. They just stand on the poles and dodge shit coming through the ceiling.
What?
It's the test of reflexes.
Oh.
All right, moving on. It takes you a bit of time searching through these old dwarven mines. But after a while, Amalti seems to find a way. You find yourself on a dead-end corridor. There are 6 chambers, 3 on either side, each with a carved wooden door. I think that might be it.
Sorry, what did she say? I cut off there.
She just said that she thinks this might be the place.
Are we standing in a chamber where we can stand?
The corridor is taller here. It's around 5.5 feet tall. The doors are taller as well. Like they are sort of similar height as the corridor. Wave still need to Wave and Emma still need to crouch down a bit, but most of you can sort of stand normally.
Oh, God, this place.
You're all fucking tall freaks here.
Except
No,
for
at all. I'm
Flynn.
like 5'10", 5'8", 5'10", something like that.
Yeah, 5'10", 5'6". Wave is 6'7".
Jesus.
Emma 6'4".
Man, I'm not tall as hell.
But yeah, there's no way you find a place where you can actually like stand tall in this place because you're in a dwarven mine.
Mm-hmm.
But this is definitely more comfortable for human-sized people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how late is it in the day? Can't even tell with the storm outside.
Yes, I guess that's one disadvantage of here. We cannot be sure how the world is outside. I guess the dwarves never really cared.
Might as well rest for the night. I am bloody tired.
She sort of walks up to one of the doors and pushes it open. It reveals a fairly large bedchamber. You still see there are the furniture remaining there. At one point, it had to be quite high quality furniture. Like you see this wooden bed, four-poster bed with um, carved like posts and sideboards. Um,
Ooh.
it even has some bedding on it, although somewhat dusty looking. But it seems that in the sealed mines there were no critters to get to it. It sagged a bit in the past decades, but still looks in fairly good condition. There is also a large dresser, a little setup in the corner for bathing, a huge wooden chest at the foot of the bed, and even this fabric-covered, soft-looking chair with a leg rest, a little side table. Well, you do notice that the bed is surprisingly small.
Probably for a child.
No, not in that sense. It's quite wide, but very short.
Mm.
Even for
Oh.
even for a dwarf, short.
Huh.
Do
That's
we
right.
have any hints as to who may or have stayed in this room before?
How do you plan to determine that?
Is there.
I guess actually they haven't been there for a while. I was just gonna like say if there's any hair or anything like that. Maybe pictures.
Pictures.
Huh? Huh?
Sure. Finn, as you sort of walk in and look around, give me an investigation check.
With pleasure. Investigation. I'm never looking for anything ever again. 7.
Um, yeah, as you sort of look around, not disturbing really much. You want to be respectful, whoever, stayed here before. You don't really find anything that really stands out to you that would tell who this place belongs to. But give me a perception check as well.
Sorry, from me or Emma?
From you.
From you.
There we go. 19.
And as you walk around the room, and you pull out a drawer, you open the cupboard, you sit down on the cushioned chair, you look onto the bed. You notice that it's a very, very comfortable room. Like, the drawer was perfectly hand height for you. As you hopped into the chair, your legs were on the ground. The handle on the cupboard, you didn't even need to reach up for it.
It's a room for a particularly tall halfling.
Hmm.
Because
I can't lie, guys. This is one of the most halfling coded rooms I've ever been in.
but aren't you like a lot bigger than most halflings?
Finn is roughly the size of a dwarf.
Mm-hmm. Which would make sense considering this is in a dwarven settlement. What about it makes you think halfling fit?
I don't know. This is just one of the comfiest rooms I've ever been in. But like you said, Right now, I'm taller than your average halfling, so maybe a small dwarf related.
But somehow think that idea doesn't leave you. This just feels too comfortable for a dwarf. There's a lot of finery here. The soft bed, the nice carved wood. What dwarf would sleep in a carved wooden bed? Anyway, what are the rest of you do?
What do you mean?
Uh,
Long rest?
this is one room.
Let's go.
Wait, Hig, does it feel homely? Like
Oh,
it feels quite warm and
I wouldn't say warm because there hasn't been, a fire burning here. There is, of
yeah,
course, a
but I'm also
fireplace.
talking in terms of like the arrangement of the furniture. Like, would it be quite a welcoming room?
Absolutely, it is a
Okay.
very comfortable looking room, perfect for, staying in on a dreary, horrendous day like this.
Okay.
I feel like we should look around some of the other rooms.
I'm gonna look around here for a little bit, guys. There's something I can't get out of my mind.
All right.
Alright.
Hig, have they left?
Have they? Did you guys all just leave him?
Yeah, I'll start looking around, finding
All
a
right.
place to sleep for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna look
assume.
around for a bit, and then when I'm sure they've gone for a bit, I'm gonna test out the bed.
Yeah, it's you can assume that it must have been one of the most comfortable beds in the entire valley in its prime. Now it's still quite good. It has multiple layers of like furs under it. There is like a cover of woven fabric, and then there's a sort of stuffed mattress on the top of it with more furs and woven blankets covering it. So yeah, that was the
Mm,
door first on the left.
We'll check the door to the right.
First.
Yep.
Right. So, you swing the door open, and Adrish, you're standing in the tallest room that you've seen in this entire building.
How
The,
tall?
nearly 8 feet.
Damn.
There are these wooden beams actually supporting the ceiling. Most of the dwarven structures, there are these built-in arches that seem to support the ceiling on their own. But here, the ceiling is quite tall, so they put in these wooden beams to support it further. The room is quite Spartan. There's this large chest at the end of this enormous bed. Like, the bed, you're fairly certain four of you, at least four Adrish, could easily fit in. With a simple straw stuffed mattress, although the straw has seemed to have decayed quite a lot. And now there's these brown patches on the former mattress.
Mm-hmm.
There is a simple stone table on one side, and you see affixed to the wall, hanging from these metal pegs. There is this rotten-looking leather-covered shield and some other weapons affixed to the wall as well.
Mm-hmm. What's in the chest?
As you open the chest, it is not locked. It seems there are some rotted away clothes, mostly made from skins and leather.
Mhm. Anything else noteworthy in the room?
Give me an investigation check.
Alright. Investigation.
Oh. If only you didn't have this advantage. Yeah, you look around and you at the bottom of the chest you find 5 gold pieces in a small leather satchel.
Nice. Take the gold pieces.
Throw the leather satchel back in
Mhm.
with a tiny IOU note in it. Nice, that puts you up to 930.
Yep.
Yeah. What's next?
I mean,
Guys, I think I found a room the taller ones can sleep in.
you did?
Yeah. Seems like a big bed. We could probably lay our bedrolls on top of it. The mattress itself is
Emma's
pretty rotten.
just collapsing into the fucking bed.
It's rotten, Emma.
Nice and squishy.
Uh,
A bit of mold flies out of it.
I'm gonna lay my bedroll on the floor.
Right. So, all of you settle down for a good night's
Uh, uh,
rest.
no, still gonna check the other rooms.
Okay.
How many rooms are there total?
6.
Yeah, I'll just quickly check, peek into all of them.
Yeah. So, the second on the left, next to the one that Finn is still in, you see again a quite Spartanly set up room.
The big,
Sorry.
is it a big room?
They are roughly
Like
of
tall room?
not particularly. It is of similar size as the one next to it. The one that looked very cozy, but
Mhm.
much more Spartanly decorated. Um, there are some furniture, a simple looking bed, um, but nothing that really stands out. The same goes for the one across from it. The third room on the right, as you open it, you see um, must have been the girl's room, as you do see some simple looking toys strewn around. Um, although covered in thick dust, a thick layer of dust, and not much else beyond. And the sixth door is locked.
No.
Are you calling Emma over?
Well, as I
Nope.
heard, Emma has collapsed and fallen asleep.
Fair.
I'm just gonna kick the lock.
Jesus.
It's pretty old, rotten. I'm sure it will break.
Sure. Give me a strength check.
Break my leg.
No, but this is quite a sturdy construction, Artie. Your kick does absolutely nothing. It doesn't even rattle the door.
Oh, God. Wave, can you come here? Bash this door in, please.
think Wave would question you if that's the right idea. Just casually breaking down someone else's home that you already broken in.
It's deserted. They left. We know where they are. They're not coming back here.
Maybe a door is left closed for a reason.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna take his adamantine hammer to it.
Just rolls his eyes. Right. Let's see if we can break this door down.
You need a attack
Alright.
with the hammer.
I'll do it. Yeah. The adamantine great club attack. Ooh. Not good.
That's the obsidian great club.
I know. That is the wrong item. But for the bonus is the same. And for the adamantine to take effect, it needs to hit. But the 12 is not enough.
He whacks it again. That's a better way.
Yeah. After bashing at the door, the middle of the wood just splits. The heavy wooden reinforcements, the heavy metal reinforcements sort of twist under the bludgeoning, and the door sort of twists enough that it swings on its hinge with the lock bent out of its way.
Thank you, Viv. I'll step in.
Right. The room is completely empty.
Nice.
Except
Oh my god.
for a chest in the middle. Wave leaves you behind, going because he wants to rest. He's been walking around all day as well.
Wait, I'm opening a chest. Please don't leave me alone. I'm probably gonna get sucked into it or something. True seeing on, detect magic on.
Right. The chest is mundane. It is locked.
Oh god. Some days I just wish I took knock. I'm gonna go rifle through Emma's bag and find her thieves' tools. The thieves.
Hmm.
I don't want to wake her up. She's like passed out.
Also, you only see secret doors hidden by magic. You don't see just doors hidden by mechanisms.
No.
All the hidden doors in the rooms you don't see.
No.
Right. So you're going to attempt to use a tool that you're not proficient with. Well, you already have disadvantage from the
Yeah, how bad can
exhaustion,
it be?
so
Don't say that.
just can't break it in half.
I'm gonna blow a sorcery point.
These things are
Alright.
fucking fragile.
Just jamming it in the hole, it's rifling it around.
I'm gonna break the chest. I will. I don't want to. That's terrible. What's terrible at everything?
Well, Adrish, would you like to try to push it? Like to bet you?
I
bet you-
forgot that there was a mechanic. And no, I don't want to push it.
Would you like to press your luck?
No, I'm just gonna call Wave.
Come
Wave,
on.
just nope. I'm not risking my luck for this. I have a
Well, the
plus
thing
2. I
is,
want to
like,
keep the plus 2.
you can always do it.
That would cost something every time. Wave, can you just maybe only try to hit the lock and not the rest of the chest?
I think Wave has retired for tonight.
Oh god damn it.
Just so you guys know how thin these
I-
things are, I sent a picture of mine.
I can't Eldritch Blast the lock, can I? There's no shot.
We can break the chest.
No, that's not what I want to do though.
You could also just wait until Emma wakes up.
That's probably the play, honestly. I'm gonna go sleep.
And just go
I'm gonna.
rest.
All right. So, I'm going to say that this place seems safe.
Mhm.
You can take watches, but it seems nothing lurks in these mines. No
Yeah.
danger is awaiting you. So, if you're okay with that, the
Yep, we'll just
long
do
rest
a
just
long
passes
rest.
by. If you can you can do your downtime activities.
Yes, I'm gonna roll with disadvantage for my diary.
Well, you're very tired.
Yep, makes sense.
You
So,
should
we
try to
go wisdom
remember,
check.
like, yeah, just
Oh, that's a fail. Continue to roll like shit while having
you're just
disadvantage.
too tired. Like you're trying to write down what happened. It's like you notice after a while it's written like this: enslaved humans, enslaved elves, enslaved all. It's like that's not what I wanted to write.
I can't lie,
Uh,
Hig. I passed out as soon as I touched that bed.
All right.
Alright,
So yeah,
you all wake up. Hopefully.
except the chest ate you all in the night.
It's a mimic.
That's why the door was locked. But yep, all of you wake in the morning. It was a bit of a longer rest than usual. Actually, in the morning it is Amalti who wakes you all. She returns and knocks on the door, saying, "I just checked the outside. The storm has passed. The sun hasn't risen yet, but we could head out. We
Yeah,
could
let's be on
reach
our way as soon as
Darmalene.
possible. We need to make up ground. We lost a lot of time yesterday.
If
Might as well
we
be on our way.
if we move as fast as we can reach it by sunrise."
Yep. Just give me 5 minutes. Emma,
Yes, Citrus?
I gave her thieves' tools back.
What are you doing with these?
And when you see like one of them is covered with this weird substance, one of them is bent.
I'm sorry, I tried something. I got. Do we have mending? We have mending.
He was experimenting.
I was trying
You
something.
see Emma's
Also,
eyes just. If. If.
Yeah,
If
the
elves
handle
could be
mender.
bioluminescent, Emma's eyes
there's a
would
chest in
be.
this room. I wanted to try to open it, but you were asleep, so I tried to open it and I failed miserably. Can you try it, please?
Does Emma get distracted at the prospect of opening a chest?
If
Also,
you let me slap you, yes.
Why? Poor Andres.
you don't want to find out what's in the chest?
Well, apparently neither do you.
I really don't want to get slapped in the morning.
Wakes you
And
up.
I know you can't stay away from opening a chest.
Curse you and my love of shiny objects. Take me to this chest.
I lean into the chest. Watch the glint in her eye.
So Emma, Andres leads you to the end of the dead end. On the left, there is this door that is twisted off its hinges,
It
broken.
was that. It was that way when I got here.
The door sort of just hangs on one side.
Emma just kind of rolls her
Inside of it
eyes.
is a completely empty chamber with a small chest in the center.
It didn't try to bite you when you touched it, right?
No, I don't think it's a mimic. I did try to detect magic. Well, that would tell me.
I was just making sure because a lot of weird shit has happened to us in general.
True, seeing detect magic just in case.
Alright, let me get to work on this.
Right?
There's a competent rogue.
That's not a fucking rogue.
That's not a rogue. Bards are everything.
God, at this point, I don't know why I play anything else. It always comes back to, yes, I am basically a rogue.
Demo, it doesn't take you long. The lock is not overly sophisticated.
What do you mean? It's the most complicated lock I've ever seen in my life.
Address?
No, it is a well-made lock. Like,
Complexity
Clearly
is in the
this was
eye of
this-
the beholder.
Clearly, this was designed by some master dwarven craftsmith.
brute forcing it would not be easy, but you listen out for the little clicks, and with a swift head motion, the lock clicks open.
You mean shoving the lockpicks in there and jiggling them around a lot doesn't do anything?
Because like that's the raking method. Technically, it works in a bunch of locks.
It does.
So this is
I
a
have hobbies,
master
I
crafted lock
swear.
by a master crafting
But yeah,
dwarfsman.
the chest is open.
Yeah,
Well, the lock is
I'm gonna look
open, the chest-
inside.
All right. Would you give me a dexterity saving throw?
Ha ha!
Of course I will.
She's
Fuck!
good at those, right? She's not good at those. She's not good.
So, Emma, as you lift up the lid, affixed to the lid itself, a tiny hand crossbow shoots out a dart that plunges into you.
Oh, fun.
Emma, you okay?
Am I? Okay.
That is such a good question from a player, right? He's like, Am I okay?
I pull out the bolt. Is it coated in something other than blood?
Not anymore.
God damn it.
It's
Darn.
fine. I'm basically immortal at this point. With how
Basically,
many?
Immortal is famous last words territory. Dude. Darren, can we get a restoration here?
Is there
Well,
anything in the chest
I need
aside
a
from-
constitution saving throw.
Okay, I mean, I figured that out. Come on, let my streak continue. Yes!
Hey, that's pretty good.
It's
Emma,
decent.
you immediately feel this burning sensation in like your shoulder area where the dart hit you, but you yank it out and you sort of cry out in pain, and you see this sort of viscous liquid dried on its tip. But thankfully, it seems that it has been there for so long that it didn't really was able to affect you that well. But that was definitely a poison dart.
So what's inside the chest?
Yeah. Is there anything inside the chest aside from death?
Yes.
Ooh.
Inside the chest, there is a silver chalice,
Huh.
a bag of coins,
Ooh.
and a sort of nice-looking helmet. It looks more ceremonial than like actual.
Magical?
No.
None of them?
No.
Okay.
This is
Are you going to take any of this?
I'm gonna check
the
the
coins.
check if there's any pressure plates or anything under the items.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
That's gonna go well. There you go.
I liked how they teetered on the 20 for a moment.
It
This
did.
is my life teetering on a 20, falling on a 6.
You sort of run your fingers around the items for a moment, but
I
you
just
don't know
press the
what you're
pressure plate.
doing. But there's
Press.
nothing there.
How does the helmet look?
Well made. There are some small gemstones set into it. It is made out of steel, but it is inlaid with more precious metals.
I'm gonna put on the helmet. How do I look?
It's
Look pretty cool.
Gaudy.
not really your size,
Oh,
but you know, it fits on your head. It's more dwarven size, so
I put it on Finn's head.
it's way too big for Finn.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I would say.
Well-
What do you say, Finn? Would it be big for your head?
I mean, I have a reasonably sized head.
I would
Halflings
imagine,
generally have big heads, right?
yeah, but dwarves have big heads.
Also thick heads, yeah, true.
I
But
would
he's
say
a bigger halfling.
I'm a taller halfling.
Which means bigger head.
I am a bit worried now.
Oh.
Wow.
About
So basically, I wanted to get a reference image for a dwarf.
Mm.
So I just typed into Google dwarf.
Do you see Peter Dinklage in the Toxic Avenger get up? Or...
No.
Damn.
I see something that scares me a lot more.
I want to know what it is.
I'm going to post it into artworks, I think, because
Art?
it is the something from the Book of Creatures under the name dwarf
Where'd you put it?
in artwork.
Oh, well.
Oh.
What the is that?
what book of
Apparently-
creatures
It's
is
like
this?
an elephant mole. Like star no. Are those
No,
eyes or nostrils?
That's a bug. I think that is a bug.
That's a bug. It's got
Okay.
mandibles.
Yeah,
Apparently
like
that is a dwarf.
Alright.
I don't like it.
Nope, neither do I. How much money in the pouch?
I
That is
love
disgusting.
it.
In the bag,
Yeah.
there is 37 gold pieces, 14 silver pieces, and around 100 copper pieces. I would say 124.
I toss it to Emma.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
do you remember
was-
how much? What were the amounts that I just said?
I heard
You wish.
30,000
Hey,
gold pieces.
just repeat it, man.
I said 30,000 gold pieces, I think.
No, that's not what I
No,
said.
it was like 130, I think, maybe.
1,000 gold pieces, okay.
Not
Cool.
1,000.
Oh,
Not
it was
1,000.
37 gold pieces.
Oh,
And then I don't remember the rest, because it doesn't matter.
and then it was like
10 gold pieces.
16 silver?
Oh,
You guys care so little about the money, and then at the same time complain that you guys don't have enough, and
We have enough.
barter with everyone. So just, hey, we don't want to pay that much money.
No, that's about getting ripped off. That's principle.
You have the money to get ripped off from.
Nope. You never have enough money to get ripped off.
But you're carrying around 500 platinum.
It's fine.
That's enough for the rest of your life.
Is it? Or is it enough for one sword?
Both.
Exactly. Exactly.
Anyway, are you going to take the helmet and the chalice?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Worth
Yeah,
something, right? Probably
yeah.
gems in it.
Let's do some casual grave robbing. Why not?
Yep. Great, it's a chest.
Fucker sounds like Lara Croft over here.
Oh, I actually had an amazing conversation with two archaeologists a couple of weeks ago, where the topic of how long does it take before grave robbing become archaeology. Apparently, in some situations, it's 40 years.
40?
That's
40
too
years
little.
is like the minimum.
Yeah.
I'd say
Bro,
fossilization.
that's.
I think fossilization is the point where it becomes archaeology.
But not really. No, apparently in some situation, after 40 years, you can start an excavation. And
Yeah,
it
but
does
you're
not...
talking to archaeologists. They would do it to the next day. Do it the next day.
It's still... the body's still warm.
Yeah. Like, what
Anyway.
happened yesterday?
We haven't put them into the ground. It's much easier to excavate that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, after robbing this dwarven mine, you leave and go to their side. Amalti is waiting for you at the entrance. Well, let's step out.
I actually need 10 more minutes. I'm sorry. Kind of important, but not really, but I really need to do it. So I'm gonna cast Cry again.
As Amalti, didn't catch you fast enough, and she opened the door, and the howling wind blows past you.
But I'm Ramati. I cast Cry.
All right, who are you scrying on?
The Red Dragon!
The red dragon.
Wait, why the red dragon?
Just because, why not? Just 'cause it's not working on anybody
Jeez.
else. That fucker at least doesn't have any resistances to it. I'm sure that fucker isn't carrying around a pendant that blocks all divination magic. Or is
All
he?
right.
I want to mostly check if the spell still works or if it's broken. It
Give
hasn't
me
worked the last 15 times I've tried it.
give me a divine guidance roll.
Divine guidance. Alright. It's actually outside waiting for us.
It just looks into the hole. No. Unfortunately, the spell fails.
Oh, because it's going inside the dome. Right. The spell just doesn't work anymore, guys. I don't think I'm scrying anymore.
What happened? Did you did you forget how to use the spell?
I think the abilities just left me. I
Oh,
never
you
really
mean like
know
your
how to use
respect for people's belongings?
But the thing is, it worked like 3 days ago.
Did it?
Yeah, you scried on Ashgrave.
Does that work? Oh, I did, yeah. Alright, alright. But that was outside the dome, right? Both of us were outside the dome. And it didn't work yesterday.
But yesterday you were scrying on the
Through.
Troom.
Yep. Anyway. Onwards.
Onwards. Right. With the
Onwards
whole
indeed.
howling wind returning as now a well-known companion on your journey, Amalti leads you out. The wind has swept the grey clouds away, and now above you is this crystal clear blue sky. Much brighter blue than the waters of the lakes were. Such a wide expanse that it makes your mind wander. It sort of gives you this feeling of freedom almost. This vast open plain just makes you want to run, to experience it all, to see the edge of it. So, with great strides, you begin your journey. As you climb atop of the small hill, that forms the so-called Dwarven Valley, you look down towards the west. You see the great lake of Mer Dualdon, and you can make out 3 of the towns on its edges. The sun begins to rise on the horizon, and you see fishing boats leaving Termeline's docks and going out onto the lake. As you stand there for a moment, Amalti seems to sort of shade her eyes against the sun rising behind her, I guess, and looks upon the lake, and she looks a bit weary. That is quite strange.
The lake? Lake.
No, Targos.
What about it?
There are no ships leaving the docks.
Oh?
Well, it is late season. They might not. They might have enough for the winter we're already set, but that's still a bit odd. Especially since Dermaline has sent out a fleet. They wouldn't want their competition to get ahead of them.
You think it's strange enough to warrant checking out?
Well, definitely, but Dermaline is closer, so we should go there first. Perhaps they know. Haven't been to Targos in a while. Was one of the first town I visited on my when I went around. Oops. But they've been holding out strong against attacks. We would have heard if they got in.
How sure are you about that? That we would have heard, I mean.
Well, Nicholas would have heard.
I think I have a question.
Yes?
Can I poof hope to me?
Sorry?
What?
Like, familiars you can like poof out of existence and in existence.
No.
What about the imp?
No. That's what we established, that the imp is more of a curse on you. That you can make it invisible, but it is always by your side. And
Hope.
Hope can disappear, but only when sort of beside you. Like she cannot be like sent away and then summoned back.
Alright.
Like from a distance. She can sort of disappear into a pocket and then return to the same place beside you. But yeah, mostly she prefers to stay by your side because she's
So
looking
what
over you.
happens if I send Hope out and then she's just there
But
forever?
she would return to you.
Eventually.
But she flies back.
Yeah, but like, what if I told her to fly in a direction for a day?
Good question.
Would she take would she take the day flying that way and then come back to me?
We would have to see.
Find out. We're gonna send Hope flying towards Stargos.
Yeah.
And see if she can check out what's happening there. Just a flyby.
Yeah, it's a good 10 miles.
Yeah, it's a bird.
But
She's fine.
yeah, she's flying.
60
You could,
feet. Easy.
yeah, you could tell her to join you in Termalin or find you in Termalin.
She can find me wherever, right? I'm assuming.
Probably.
Yeah. Check it out, come back to me. Basically, it's the instruction set.
Yeah. So yeah, Hope sort of rubs her shiny little rainbow head to your cheek, and then flies
Yes.
off towards the south.
Mentally, I give her a message to stay high, avoid danger.
So yeah, the bird soars into the sky, and you begin your descent from the hills towards Termalin.
Alright.
You make a good pace with the town clearly visible ahead of you. There's no need for Amalti to make any survival checks, really. But she still, picks out the best track across the hills, across the still somewhat muddy lands. Even though the storm has stopped, the area still, there are pools of water gathering in some deeper indentations. Some of them actually froze overnight.
And we can see the town isn't like destroyed or anything, right?
Well, give me a perception check.
Somebody else also look.
Use your magic eyeball.
Does the magic eyeball help boost anything?
Magic 8 ball.
It's a magic eyeball, yeah. It doesn't have a hole
No,
in it.
it's a magic 9 ball. Apparently.
So yeah, Adrish, you can't quite tell that there is smoke rising over the town, but that could be just from chimneys,
Mm-hmm.
or could be a blaze.
Mm-hmm.
With the howling wind, you cannot tell if you hear the screams of people drifting towards you,
Mm-hmm.
or it might be just in your head.
What about you, Emma? Can you see anything?
Can I look and see if I see anything?
Sure.
Alright. I'm looking. Oh, fuck.
Jesus.
What don't I see?
Unfortunately, you're looking at the back of Adrish's head. There's a lot of dandruff there.
Wow, damn.
Not much hair
Shape.
though. There's a clear patch forming on the top of his head.
Hey!
He hasn't noticed it yet.
God damn it.
But yeah, Emma, you sort of step up to a point and sort of look down at the town. From this distance, it's quite difficult to tell, but what you can see, there's no signs of destruction. The building seems to be intact. There's smoke rising out of the chimneys, and you can even see some people sort of working around the docks, more setting out more fishing boats onto the lake.
It seems to be fine. I mean, like, they don't seem out of the ordinary from what I can see addressed, so.
Well, that's good.
Well, let's head in then. So you quickly make your way down the hillside, and as the sun rises completely over the spine of the world and shines down upon the valley, you reach Termalin. And I should have the city prepared. There. Just need to size down the icon a bit and size down the font a bit. And then let you guys have access to it.
Oh. That is an interesting name for a, I assume, tavern.
On the east side. Or the blue clam.
The Blue Clam!
Better than the blue waffle.
True. Better than Neptune's ass crack.
How dare you speak ill of the Neptune's ass crack?
It has
Any case.
0% survivability rates.
As you're heading in, you're sort of coming in from the sort of southeast. At what point you sort of catch onto the road heading towards Bryn Shander and you come in that way. In the meanwhile, Amalti tells you a bit about Thermalin. She tells you about the Sigil of Town, which, as you can see, is a fish eating a red pellet. By the looks of it. And as always, the fish is for the knucklehead trout, but the red circle is for tourmaline, from which the town got its name. Tourmaline is a precious gem that is mined here. People say that Tourmaline is a delightful town. Not as pleasant, perhaps, as East Haven, but it is charming. Sort of, it is in a very beautiful location on the with the Calvin Cairn as its backdrop and on the edge of the shimmering lake. And unlike Targos, which is surrounded by these fortified walls, the open town sort of gives you this sense of um, welcoming that Targos and Bryn Shander might not. Tarmalin is well known for its craft people. They are quite good at shipbuilding as well. The vessels belonging to their fleet are one of the best quality in Ten Towns. You know, the people living here tell that this is one of the prettiest town in the entire valley. Also, one of the richest.
Just probably not saying much, but you know.
No, it actually is quite a striking looking town. With access to the wood from Lonely Wood, they have an excess of building material, as well as, you know, the good connection with the dwarves when they lived here, allowed them to make sound constructions on their buildings, unlike most of the, you know, ramshackle shacks that the towns usually have here.
Hmm.
And also, you know, because they don't solely relied on the knucklehead trouts, scrimshaw sales, but they also had tourmaline that gave them a secondary income,
Yeah.
which, you know, is a great advantage over the other towns.
So, Malte, who's the speaker out here?
Um, Angovar.
Do you
I'm
know this person?
um, uh, somewhat. We spoke a couple of times when I came by. He said that he heard some things about the this cult. Well, he was talking about robbers, but no, apparently that was the cult itself. There were some odd whispers around town, but nothing out of the extraordinary. I just thought some local criminals were planning something.
Sorry, what did you say they're referred to as?
Sorry?
Said, what did you name? Say the name of the speaker was.
Angorwal. I put it in chat.
Uncareful. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. There's no like time like the present. We might as well get this meeting over and done with as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this place is in much danger.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah
we know better than anyone.
as you're walking into town, you see people on the street. You see people heading after their work. Uh, you see it is quite a prosperous looking city. You see men, women, and children walking around. Although it is definitely not a huge city. Um, you would estimate, just based on what you saw from above and the amount of people you see sort of walking around even at this early hour, or that a good 500-600 people probably lives here at least.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Well, this seems almost like a normal sit down. Seems
Yeah.
almost out of place in 10 towns. So, what am I missing here, Malte?
What do you mean?
Well, all of these towns have had some issues. What's the issues here?
I'm not sure. uh, should well, we could just ask people on the streets, or we could look for Angorval.
I think probably start the speaker. Please make him aware that there is an issue with the Carlton room.
Right. He might be in the town hall.
Right, let's head there, see what we can find.
Are you with us? You've been very quiet for the past like half an hour.
Nah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. Just a bit worried for that second there.
Nah, I'm here.
Right. So yeah, she begin leading you through through the town. Again, as you pass through these streets, you first of all there are actual streets. Uh, not as organized as Prince Shander perhaps, but much more organized than East Haven or the smaller towns that you've seen. You see some people doing their early morning works, tending to their animals and children. But most of the people seem to be heading towards the harbor itself. Would you give me an insight check?
Who?
Anyone who wishes? Anyone who observes the citizens?
Are we gonna see
Sure.
some nasty, nasty what? Oh yes.
Just
Love
casual net
it.
20 there.
First due one, let's be real.
Yeah, you needed one.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So, Adrisht, while this town seems almost idyllic, you do notice that most of the people walking around and going after their business seems a bit downtrodden. There seems to be a general sense of gloom to the city.
Mhm.
You
That's
don't
it.
see smiling faces. You don't hear cheery hellos.
Mhm. You guys notice there's something off about this place.
What do you mean?
Like, by all accounts, the place is doing well. There's fairly, fairly wealthy. They're not in any imminent danger. There's people in the streets, but everybody seems a little bit, you know, out of it. Like there's something behind their eyes.
Amalthi, are the people normally like this, or is this a new one for you?
No, something does seem wrong. I I would say, people in 10 towns are not the cheeriest bunch, but this does seem something out of place.
Well, then we should look into it.
Do we need to do some
Oh,
investigating into any alcohol?
Yeah.
You see it. You see an old man just walking there, just taking a hip flask out from his under his clothes, taking a quick drink. You tackle him onto the ground,
No.
wrench the drink out of his hand.
I don't know what is wrong, but there is something wrong here. I'm just
Dorian,
gonna stop a random passerby.
describe this random passerby for me.
Uh, I mean, literally the first person after I think about this that just goes past me, I'm just gonna grab him by the arm, grab them by the arm.
Yeah, who is that?
I don't know. Who's the first one that goes past me?
Ah, shame on you, Edrich. I give you the chance to screw with me, and you don't even take it. So you stop this man. He's wearing these many layered clothing, um, and he's carrying a net and a fishing rod over his shoulder. He seems to be in a hurry as you sort of grab his shoulder. He looks at you a bit startled and is like, what can I? Who are you? What do you want?
Where are you off to? What are you doing?
I'm up to work. Come on, I don't have time for this. Is there
Do you
something you
know?
want? Do you want something? Do I know you? I don't owe
Yes.
you money, right? No, I definitely don't owe you
Uh,
money.
no. Is everything all right here in this
I,
city?
no,
I'm
nothing's
new
fucking
here.
alright. I need to work.
Alright. Let him go on his way.
Sort of grumbling under his breath as he sort of hurries away towards the dock.
Hmm.
I just.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Something feels off.
I agree.
Should we should we look for the speaker? Perhaps
Yeah,
he
That
could.
yeah,
might
let's
be
start there.
very wise.
That's probably the best place to start.
Yeah. You continue heading towards the town hall. Um, there are more and more people sort of going after their things. It seems that most of the people um, are working in the docks, and they're working very hard. As in, like, you don't see any people sort of just lazing around. Most of the people seem to go after their tasks at a rapid pace, and you all see that there's this constant gloom to everyone, seemingly literally everyone, but they don't seem that like depressed about it. It's more that they are almost angry.
Hmm.
Uh, you reach the town hall. It is roughly in the center of town. This two-story wooden structure reinforced with a stone base and reinforced wooden beams. The large double door is open, and there's a stream of people moving in and out.
Go in.
So, yeah, as you move into the room, you find yourself in a large hall. Um, there are sort of clerical desks set up on either side with people working behind them, and there is this large, uh, almost like U-shaped table at the end where a man is working with large stacks of parchments around him. Um, it's an older half man. He probably over 100 years old. There's a lot of graying hair on the sides of his head, but he's quite well kempt. He has longer, like shoulder length hair that is um, was a sort of auburnish brown color. Uh, Now with the mixed in white, it's almost like an orangish color. He wears spectacles over on his nose that is connected to a chain that hangs from his neck, this like a necklace basically.
Mhm.
Um, he seems to be deeply engulfed in his work and not paying much attention to anything around him. There are people, townsfolk, sort of moving up to the tables and talking with the clerical workers who seem to be taking notes of what the people are saying.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Is that him?
Yes, that's Agarwal.
Would you make an introduction?
Oh, yeah, certainly. Um, she walks up to the table, uh, and just when she sort of almost like bumps into the table, the man sort of holds up a hand, stopping her, while he continues to write on the piece of paper. You watch him sort of finish a page and then hand it off to a small figure beside him. A boy, maybe 15, 16 years old, human, as he grabs the paper and runs over to an empty clerical desk and hands it to the worker behind it. The man then looks up and looks at Amalti and all of you. You immediately notice that his eyes are actually this deep crimson red color, and instead of a circular pupil, it is just a vertical slit, like a cat or a reptile's. Uh, as he looks at Amalti, you do see a sort of slight smile appear on his face, and then he speaks with a sort of measured, slow tone. Ah, Amalti, it's good to have you back. Fortunately, you missed out. And who are these people might be? They look quite an intimidating bunch. Then Amalthi sort of introduces you each as a group and then individually in short.
Pleasure.
Every time he introduces one of you, the man's crimson eyes sort of linger on you for a moment, sort of observing you from head to toe, and then sort of approvingly nods towards you each. Ah, it's really a pleasure to have such esteemed heroes in our town. As Amalti might have mentioned, I am Agorwal, Speaker of Termalin.
I am Mildred Steinsfog,
Yes, as
and
thank you for introducing yourself again. As Amalti said, I hear your name already.
you see,
Hey Amalti, introduce us. Hi, I'm introduced again.
people don't remember names in one go.
He does.
Special guy.
Superpower, dude.
We just got into town. We were on the trail of some cult business.
We have to start somewhere.
We were just talking
Yes,
about
I received a message. Apparently, someone has poisoned the ale in Goodmead.
Yes, that's true. I assume that you guys have thrown away any shipments that came in since then, or before even.
Yes, I have locked away the last 2 shipments for inspection.
Has anybody got into the shipments by any chance?
No, I keep it in my personal storage.
The town seems odd.
I have sent a request from Brinchenden. If a cleric or wizard passes by, I'm interested in their services to check the ale for contamination.
We have plenty of clerics and wizards. If you want us to check it out, that's fine. More importantly,
Very well. What would be the payment that you require?
nothing. We just want to make sure that everybody's fine.
A solemn promise
sort
from you
He sort of
not to work
raises
with the
his
cult.
eyebrows, looking at you suspicious.
I literally just shove a
Which
drist aside, and I'm just like, a solemn
Let me
promise
lead.
from you to not work with the cult.
Oh yeah, that would help. If you work with the cult, don't.
Haven't we just basically tipped him off though?
If you work with the call, you have to tell us.
Blink twice if
Also-
the cult is listening.
Have you noticed what's going on in the town? Why does it seem like everybody's so morose, or in a hurry, or in a need to get somewhere? Does it feel like something's
Well,
off? Amalfi
Lord
said that
Einsfog.
this is.
Winter is upon us, and we have just lost a great. Well, over half of our possible income.
How exactly?
What do you mean?
Well, around 10 days ago, we finished this season's extraction. All the tourmaline was stored in the communal storehouse and it was robbed.
All of it?
Yes. The entire supply has been taken.
To my knowledge, Hick, and more importantly to Doran's knowledge, is tourmaline
No, that's
used as a casting ingredient of some kind?
Give me an Arcana check.
From me and Doran?
Either, both.
Let's do both. How about a sorcery point for
Wow.
that one?
Wow, addressed.
I
Not
would
bad.
have told you that you never heard about tourmaline otherwise.
That's better.
Okay.
You've heard about tourmaline.
And
I just love the idea that it looks like tourmaline. Have I heard of that? I don't. You just shoot yourself in the head with some magic. Ah, yes, tourmaline. So,
can you roll for Doran?
yeah, okay, I can if you want me to. Um,
I feel like he would just have a better grasp of these things.
he's quite good at Arcana. For example, he has expertise,
Yeah, Guitar is all kind of decent.
and he also has a magical item that gives him a bonus.
What do we
Yes.
remember about Tourmaline?
So, putting together your heads, you both know about this substance. Tourmaline is this sort of long, cylindrical crystals that come in many colors. There are all sorts, like blue, brown, almost goldish yellow, green, pink, red. Even white ones that you heard about when you were crossing the Sea of Shining Stars that are called water stars.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all sort of the same crystal. It just depends on sort of kind of the location and these minerals around it, what the color is. It is very valuable. A sizable piece could go for as much as 100 gold piece.
Yeah. And they had a storehouse full of it.
But this, the amount that they could extract this year.
I mean, that's like probably thousands of platinum, right?
But they might not be those like large pieces. They might be just smaller, like gems that you could only use like multiple pieces for. Like,
But again,
yeah,
not
it,
a
it
spell
is it is a
component.
lot of money.
But not a spell component.
I was getting to that because an 18 to 23 is very good. So, for example, the reason Dorian actually knows about Tourmaline because it is sacred to the followers of Denair. And there are several clerics of Denair who lived in the Edification Library, and they did use it uh, in their rituals. But more importantly, there is a variety of tourmaline called the Rainbow Tourmaline, which is sacred to the followers of Mistra. There is one. They are not particularly used in magic. They are not like spell components of sort, but they do have one magical property.
Mm-hmm.
When tourmaline crystals are charged with magic, or a spell is cast upon them, they sort of absorb the magic from it and convert it into lightning.
What?
Oh,
It is not a commonly known thing because why would you cast really spells into these gems? But it is so it is not like if you cast detect magic on it there's
do
a
they
lightning bolt.
hold the charge or do they just immediately
No,
expend
it
it?
immediately releases. So it's not
Mhm.
like if you cast detect magic and it reaches some tourmaline, it's going to cast a lightning bolt in your face. But basically, if sufficient magic is cast upon it, it sort of absorbs the spell and immediately converts it into a lightning bolt or
That
more.
you can probably project
No, it just shoots out of the three faces.
randomly.
No, in the like from the phrases, in a
Okay,
straight
okay.
line.
Alright. Uh, what kind of turbulent do you guys mind here?
Yeah, the thing is, like, it can be controlled by a spellcaster, like holding a wand, but like you would channel your magic into it, and then a lightning bolt would come out.
Yeah.
Like, you could technically make a like a wand of lightning bolts with tourmaline crystals, but it's not like a good way to make a staff of lightning bolts or like a wand of lightning bolts because it's very volatile and also very fucking expensive.
What kind
Getting the
of turbulent do you guys mind here? Is it the rainbow variety or is it just normal turbulent?
Well, there were some rainbow pieces over the years, but it's mostly gold and pink tourmaline that turns up from the fissures.
And you said all of it got robbed. If we see the warehouse, maybe we can help. I'm not promising anything, but
Also, by the way, a rainbow tourmaline can go for like 500 gold piece
yeah,
Jeez.
once cut and polished.
I find it very concerning that a large shipment of tourmaline is missing, since I know that it can
So
be
do
used
I.
to. I mean, not for monetary reasons. I'm more concerned about it for.
Why? It's stones.
Yeah, if you put enough magic in those stones, they create lightning.
Balderdash.
Trust me, I would know.
He sort of looks at Amalti, and she sort of looks at you and then sort of nods. Well, that is concerning, but why would
Uh,
why would you cast magic into tourmalines to cast lightning? It's if that is how it works, that must be quite dangerous for whoever casting the spell.
Unless they plan to charge it somehow and leave it as a bomb of sorts somewhere. Can we see where this tourmaline was stored? Perhaps we can get some kind of
Well, of
idea of.
course, it's not like I'm trying to organize my people to not starve during the winter. Anyway,
Maybe somebody else can show us there.
Travis, take these people to the main storehouse, then bring the key back, and no detours. Understood? The sort of 15, 16-year-old boy just sort of nods with his head, and he has sort of like those big ears that flap as he sort of nods with his head.
Do you have some
Aw.
kind of town guard here? Anyone on who's posted there for that day?
Unfortunately, the people who were posted there are no longer with us.
Oh, it was an attack, not theft of the night.
It was. They just left the guards dead. Silently. No alarms were raised. No
It's
one
been 2 weeks.
noticed until they came.
It's been 2 weeks. I assume the gods are buried.
It's not good to leave meat out. Attracts scavengers.
I know this is gonna sound horrible,
You want to speak
but
with the dead?
yes,
I already did.
and
So nothing. It's said that suddenly everything went dark and they never woke up.
troubling.
They were found laying on their face, their throats cut clean open.
Seems culty.
Very culty.
What does a cult have to do with such wealth? Well, I guess anyone could do with such wealth.
Wealth is one thing, power is another. if it's going to be used the way I think it's going to be used, the cult wants a lot to do with all that turmoil. Also, have you noticed that there's no ships coming out of Targos?
Yeah. Idiots, I say.
How long has it been that way?
Perhaps cowards. No, that's mean of me to say. To be honest, that might be just a wise thing to do.
But why would it be cowardly to send ships into this? Here's a
No,
storm.
it's Camp. He decided with that plague that's spreading all over the south, and with the cult activity, he sealed off the city. He said they have enough to last out the winter and outlast those cultists outside. No one may come in or go out. Seems Pistan agreed.
But might be worth letting me into later.
Don't think they will let you in.
We find our way inside somehow. Well, if you could show us to the warehouse.
Well, if I were you, I would worry more about there's people in Lonelywood.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
the Banshee there is causing some trouble, right?
Yeah. To be honest, I don't understand. Why would you live next to such a horrid monster? And now well, they're getting what was coming for them. They say you can't even leave their houses anymore. As soon as the sun begins to set, that thing is just hurrying them every time.
Well, if we can, we'll check in on them as well. But first, the warehouse. Also,
Yep.
Amalthi, you might want to stay here and brief him on Thrum.
Sure.
Might be good just to raise awareness until we can fully track it down.
Like Lady D, like raising awareness about the room. So, Amalti remains and sort of tells about the cult's activity to Agorwal. He as you walk away, following Travis, the boy. um, you see that he is listening to Amalti attentively and start taking notes in front of him as well. Yeah. Travis begins leading you out of the town hall, and as you walk uh, out, he almost skipping down the road towards the east.
You seem excited. Everyone else here is all doom and gloom. What's got you all hopping around?
He sort of turns
Yeah,
back
where's all this
and
pep in your
nods
step?
towards you.
Sorry, what does he say?
He just sort of like when you said that you seem happy. He just sort of spins around and nods towards you, and then
We're
continues on.
new, Adrist. We're a change of scenery for him. That's right, isn't it?
I mean, is there anything you'd like to ask us?
He sort of just turns and gives you a sly smile.
Do you speak?
He shakes his head.
Okay.
Could you speak if you wanted to? Out of
He
curiosity.
sort of shoves the large metal key that was handed to him into his pocket, and then sort of like with his two hands sort of start touching around his face.
What? I
As if trying, sort of showing, like trying to show something, but you're not quite sure what. In any case, he just sort of shrugs, and then takes out the key from his pocket again, and sort of beckons you to follow him.
Alright.
It doesn't take you too long. You know, it's not a big town. It's like 2,000 feet across. But he leads you to this large, long building. There are actually four guards standing on top of his sides. The back of it is set against one of the hills. Not far from it, you do see some sort of entrance that seems to be carved into the stone. And as he approaches, one of the guards says, "Oh, hi there, Travis. Who are these people?" Uh, Travis just sort of holds up the key and swings it around and gestures towards you. You,
Yeah, we're basically here to investigate what the hell happened here.
you're like hired mercenaries or something?
Volunteer.
Oh, volunteer?
Yeah,
Volunteer?
that means we don't get paid.
Oh, that's too bad. You should have asked for money. That's a silly thing to do, and he sort of just nudges the guard beside him, sort of looks at him with a sort of disapproving look.
Looks like the town could use money more than we could
What a
right
silly
now.
thing to do would be is to refuse help when we're capable of offering it. Even without
Yeah, it's
money.
kind of our thing.
Uh, I guess, but with money you can get nice things for yourself, and you're still helping. They're just helping you as well. Everybody helps each other, right? Right? Come on, can't be there. Like,
Let's just
no.
say you guys are more in need of help right now than us. Can we get a move on?
Travis just sort of shoulders the guy out of the way and opens the door in front of you.
Thank you.
He pulls on the big door, clearly too big for him, but he manages to sort of pull one side out and moves into the dark.
Go inside.
We follow.
Yeah, you all go in. Inside, you see a large storage room. You do see these huge crates and metal boxes. You see that they're all filled with all sorts of goods. You see plenty of preserved fish product. You see like straw stuffed boxes filled with these intricately carved scrimshaw pieces. Like there's one piece that seems to be put together from maybe 50 different carvings. You see the very thin lines in between. It's such intricately placed together that they are barely noticeable, and it is almost a full-sized figure carved out of this ivory like material. It is this elven archer with the bow pulled, and you see that the bow string is actually this twisted golden wire that connects it to her ivory carved hand. It is an astounding piece of art of work.
That
But you
is
also see these
gorgeous.
raw pieces of scrimshaw in boxes, different sizes placed in different quantities. You see a large piece, like a size of, I don't know, like a car tire.
Damn.
Right?
A big fucking fish.
Very big fucking fish.
But as Travis sort of beckons you, he points you out a specific corner of the warehouse, which is empty, completely empty. There's no boxes, no crates, nothing there.
Oh,
I look at Travis and I say, was nothing else taken?
He sort of nods with enthusiasm.
Wait, sorry. What exactly was taken again?
the tourmaline.
Some
This-
tourmaline. Okay.
All of it.
Yeah.
Oh.
One of the guards sort of wandered in with you. Yeah, so we already looked around, kind of. It was really a mystery. The people, they were good guys. One of my friends, they killed them, and they took all the tourmaline. All the boxes, crates, barrels, everything's gone now. Really bad. They plan to make a lot of money next year. Was a good haul as well. A lot of the fissures opened up as the ice melted.
Emma, you want to look around, see if you can find any traces of
Of course.
anything they left behind?
You know I do.
Doran, it might be some augury time.
Dory just fishes around his bucket, pulls out a bunch of bones.
In addition to the bones, there's already here.
What bones? Oh yeah.
Iberia's bone.
That's even better. He just rummages around in one of the crates and pulls out a bunch of scrimshaw. He doesn't give a fuck.
Jesus. I wonder if it'll make it a higher quality augury.
Alright, so what do you guys do?
I want to look around the area, see if there's anything that I can find that would. I don't know.
Torn clothes,
Yeah, like
blood.
implicate anyone or anything at this point.
Right, give me an investigation check. See if there's anything that you guys might have missed.
Can I bet my luck?
You can absolutely do.
You can roll, and then after that, you can bet your luck. You don't have to do it off the rip.
No, she already rolled.
Yeah.
How much you roll?
10.
2.
Oh.
Or, yeah, 2.
First, you need to
Oh.
you need to do bet your luck before. Oh, that was your bet your luck. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Sorry.
That was the bet the
I
luck.
thought that was your roll now.
No, it landed on a
that
nat
would've been a nice
20.
roll.
What is that roll?
What?
The D4.
Why? Why do you see my roll?
I saw the
What?
D4. It was all question marks, though.
Why do you ask about my rolls? Oh,
You know why?
Is that the negative she got to her on her ability check?
but yeah, you can re-roll your investigation check, Emma.
With advantage because it's a 20? No.
No, he doesn't get advantage. He gets a re-roll.
Mm-hmm. So it's like basically already advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, 24.
Right. So Emma, you thoroughly investigate this corner. You go down to your knees and look close to the ground. You peek up into the rafters above. You run your fingers along the stones, but don't really see anything that really stands out until you sort of start sweeping the dust away that accumulated in the place of the left boxes. And you notice that in the stone
Oh.
near the wall there is this clear cut.
Huh.
It is roughly 5 feet long, a straight line. It is as if someone sliced through the stone with an immensely sharp blade, but you don't think there's any blade aside from like the legendary artifacts that could slice through stones so sharply. But also there are no the edges of the cut. There's no roughness. It is not as, like if it was cut. It's almost if that cut disappeared from the stone.
Doran?
It is as if magic sliced into the rock.
Doran, you might want to come take a look at this.
Emma, did you find something?
I
Yeah,
turn on-
Finn, you too. Or
I turn on supervision.
I point out the cut in the rock to the others.
At least you look with your all-seeing eye, but nothing extraordinary seems to stand out.
Mhm.
There's a cut in the stone. Well, a perfect cut in the stone.
I push against it on either side of it.
Like it is not like it's through the stone. It is a couple, like an inch deep, couple centimeter deep cut. Like you could think like, oh, it was, the stone was cut incorrectly when they were putting in the flooring here, but it seems too perfect for materials to be cut with.
Mhm.
Like this cut is more straight than the dwarven cobblestones.
Jeez.
Mhm. Which direction is the cut in? Like,
It is sort of parallel with the wall. It's a bit askew to the wall. It's not perfectly parallel.
Wait,
But like-
where exactly did Emma find the cut?
So it,
Um,
it
The wall.
is it is on no like it is in the corner where the tourmaline was stored before. It is in the floor. It's a cut in the floor, but it is sort of near the wall itself,
Oh.
and it is not perfectly parallel with the wall. It is slightly askew, but mostly parallel with the wall.
I tap on the floor away from the cut, and then I go tap on the floor near the cut.
Seems to be the same stone,
do
or
I...
similar stone at least.
Is there anything that I might have read about in the past about something like this? I doubt it, but I might as well ask.
Give me a history check.
Alright. Damn it.
Come on, it's looking like 28.
26. God, could you
Holy
imagine Emma with a
26?
plus 15 in
You
history?
you don't even remember what happened yesterday.
Exactly.
Like I should just like deduct 10 from Emma's rolls to make sense, right?
That means you have to give Connie plus 10 on his history rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I'm never gonna say no to that.
Yep. So, Emma, as you try to recall something, maybe a lecture, maybe a book that you read, or maybe a story that you heard, nothing really comes up in mind. Until you remember something else.
Oh. What do I remember?
You remember a previous encounter. A time when you've met the cult before. Actually, multiple times. You remember in the forest outside of Silvery Moon. And also in the underground crypt in the Moonwoods. And you also remember even further back in Waterdeep.
Oh.
You remember Bloodmane raising his hand and slashing across the wall, across the air in front of him. This crackling rift in the world, alongside his finger splitting open, slicing into the world, creating a door for him to step through that cut into the ground below. He did not pay much attention to it now, but it's clear now. That strange portal or door that he seems to just open with the wave of his hand. Slice the world open, slice reality open, and open this gateway for him. And under it, the stone itself was split open perfectly, as if the magic took away that part of the rock, part of the ground. It's the same here. It is the cult. It has to be. They were the only ones that displayed this kind of power.
Mm. Guys,
Mm-hmm.
it's 100% the cult. Do you
What
remember
makes you so sure?
that doorway thing that
What
Bloodmane
don't I
did?
think? What about
Slashing
that?
his air? Slashing the air? It left a
That
line
was
in the ground.
like this one?
Yes.
You think this was Bloodbane? Himself?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know it's the cult.
That at least answers who did it.
But technically, you only see two person do this because you didn't see how the necromancer dude disappeared back in Waterdeep because he
Mm-hmm.
hid.
Yeah.
You're not sure if he was able to do that, but you've seen Bloodmane just sort of slashing into the air with his hand and creating this rift in
Mm-hmm.
the reality. But there was another figure who was able to do this, or who did it.
Mm-hmm.
If you recall,
My
deep.
vision?
Sorry,
No, sorry, go on.
what? What?
No, I just thought it was something else. Go on.
What vision?
I just remembered something else. It's fine.
Okay. Let me know if it's relevant. No,
Probably not.
so under the Moonwood, when you first met Ashgrave, there was a figure with him, this tall, hooded figure, who, with
So
this,
my vision,
what do you mean your vision?
when I looked in on their meeting and there was a dude.
No.
Different
Oh,
dude.
was that a different dude?
No, so you mean your vision a couple days ago?
No, when I looked into their meeting and
You
there was
mean
a
you
dude
like
who
scrying
No,
to
chased
it,
me
Who
out.
or-
noticed us scrying, right?
No. So, oh yeah, that dude. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of you're thinking about Alexander.
No. I'm talking
No,
about
yes.
the footage.
The. Did
What
you
was his
learn his
name?
name?
No, we didn't
Did you?
learn his name, but we
Did you?
learned the title.
Yes, I think you learned what they were referring him as.
Yeah,
Do you
it wasn't
remember
the
though?
it
it
wasn't the clerk. It was something else. What was it called?
It is so important that you remember this because it's so relevant.
God, can
to
I roll a history check to see if I remember this?
can I?
Do you remember it, Gunny?
He
What
probably has it written
exactly?
down.
What exactly you guys trying to recall?
So
The
you
You
remember the
remember?
name
man?
of the
Yeah,
or
I
Gunny.
title.
No, so we scried. I scried on their meeting
Yeah,
when
you
these guys were
scribed on Alina.
discussing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they were discussing taking over the 10 towns and all that stuff.
How Loskan has already fallen
That's gonna already fallen and all that stuff.
because
At
Vladimir
the
was busy,
end,
not even joining a meeting.
at the end of this meeting, some dude showed up and he chased me out of the vision, or chased me out of the sky because he noticed that the sky was there. And this dude had a title. I don't remember what the title was, but they said he was late or something, and then he turned up.
Yeah, and he immediately saw your eye, your scrying eye.
Yeah, the moment he turned up, he saw my eye.
Yeah, and it wasn't that he chased you away. You severed the
Ran away.
connection
Yeah, I ran away because
because he
he
was
noticed it.
reaching out for you.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I'm
think
trying
it's
to
the
remember what second it
master.
was.
MS.
Nah, it wasn't. He served the
No.
master.
The master is
Um,
Asmodeus. That's different.
Yeah, no, it's God. Mm.
Okay,
The master?
where's my notes?
Sam
No,
Master, you
it's
mean?
like a proxy or some shit. That's
Because
kind of the role that he served. Like
I mean,
that's the
yeah,
vibes I
that is kind
got.
of the role. Yes.
because Sam Master is a guy.
Mm,
He was the guy who founded the Cult of the Dragon.
mhm.
He figured out how to turn dragons into Draco Liches. You know, according to the history, he was destroyed a couple of years ago.
oh
Technically.
yeah, so this was session 104. So yeah, the central mirror begins to swirl as mist begins to swirl around and spill out. Alina goes to one knee and bows her head. All the others kneel as well. A figure appears shrouded in mist, a large black hood covering their entire appearance, and a clawed hand is almost poking out of the fabric as it just gazes upon the scene. The hooded figure looks directly at him. The creature points out a finger towards him, and the arm intrudes through the mirror. All eyes turn towards you, but are just looking at the mirror. The creature doesn't just see us; they see all of us and where we are. We've seen them 3 times with Elena, with Ashgrave a long time ago on the way to the Sword Coast, sailing into Velen, entering a deep cave that was completely abandoned. The story we saw, the clawed creature stepped through the portal and took the fish people with them. At this point, Adrish feels an intrusion into his mind, something exploring itself into his thoughts. 10 towns, collections of 10 separate small towns surrounding a central one. Yeah, that was what I wrote down, and then you severed the connection.
Do
So
you?
before that, at the start of the meeting, they mentioned his name or his title.
They did.
I'm
Are you
terrible with
talking
names.
about? Are you talking about? I mean, they mentioned,
Somebody was late.
yeah, that was Sebastian, but that was in a different mirror.
Is that a different thing?
Yeah, Sebastian.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah, not Alexander is a different guy. Sebastian is the boy who, well, the man who works under Bloodmane.
Mhm.
Basically, he's the underling of Bloodmane. He stepped in for Bloodmane because Bloodmane was busy in Luskan.
Is I feel like we heard.
Yeah, I also wrote down Sebastian late to the meeting. Then I don't think we know the name
You
or the
don't?
title, I
No.
guess.
No. I feel like we've
Or if we
heard
do, I
it.
don't remember.
Wait,
feel
is
like I
this the
remember
guy from
hearing
like
it, like,
when we fought that
'Cause
bone
I would
naga?
think it would be a name, but since I remember that it was a title, I'm fairly
Yeah.
certain we heard it.
If this is the guy
Right.
from when we fought like the bone naga, then I
Yeah,
think the
But not
book.
the bone naga, the
Yeah, if it's the
bone
bone naga dude, then I think we didn't we get like a glimpse into a ledger after that fight?
The bone naga.
I think she's talking about the like
Was it a bone
bone
naga?
creature that you've. It wasn't a bone naga. It was just like a bone, like amalgamation.
Yeah,
What
that
session
thing.
was this?
It was the
don't
fight
know.
in the Moonwoods.
Sometimes I have a really random ass memory.
You know, but that's where you looted the bowl
Yeah, it's where.
and the harp.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I have the
It
title
took me
written
like a
down.
day and a half
Oh,
relatively
what,
to figure
during
out
the
that.
raid?
Well, you had to tell me it was music. Huh?
Yeah, when you. Yes, when you
Yeah.
entered, when you hang out with the lycanthropes.
Yeah, at the dancing goat.
What? What do you mean
What?
the dancing goat?
There was a tavern called the Dancing Goat.
Where?
What?
This was when we were before the Moonward. Before that's the tavern that told us to go to the Golden Oak Inn, where we found the.
Ah, yes.
I have notes. They're not all very detailed, but I have notes.
You're very good.
Yeah, you're better
But
than
I
me.
don't have this. I don't remember the fucking title of this dude though. Fucking hell, dude. I'm going crazy. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, I'm trying
Alright, so
I'm trying to find exactly when the um when the Moonwood fight happened. It was definitely before the fame out, right?
Yes, it was.
yeah, much before that.
Yeah, it's it's around session.
It was like
82.
forever ago.
Yeah, session 82 is you finding Miriel, who this actually translates you to writing about Akabosh. Oh yeah, it just has fight bone monster written here for session 83. Bane got almost killed. Ledger, 849 souls added to the soul siphon.
That is the ledger that I mean.
Ashgrave.
Oh
was
yeah, we found that ledger once we completed the raid.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
I have a name written down here called Yatali. Does that mean anything to anyone?
What?
Yatali?
Okay. Doesn't mean anything to anyone. It's fine.
I didn't hear what you said.
How do you spell it?
Oh, fuck it. It's not that. Because you don't remember it instantly and you would remember it instantly.
No, you.
Nah.
It's probably some random innkeeper somewhere, dude. Don't worry about it.
Do you mean Yaren?
No.
It was something in Tally, I think.
No.
It
Okay,
could be
fuck it. We're getting stuck on this for way too long. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
All right. Do you know what? Just because you clearly just don't remember it, and I probably told you and didn't click you at that point for some reason. So the figure that they were waiting for the meeting was they called him the servant.
That makes sense.
I wonder if you guys will make the connection. But yeah, we're getting we're losing track here. So the you realize that
Oh.
that cut in the stone could almost
The
undoubtedly only be made by some sort of
Bloodmane, Ashgrave, the servant, or maybe Alina, but we haven't seen her do that.
yeah, but it is most likely made by the same kind of transportational magic or
Magic,
power or
yeah.
whatever they
Mhm.
did.
Okay. Doran, you want to cast that spell now?
Throw some bones. Does he even have augury prepared?
I think we keep it prepared for the most part.
Let's see. Prepared second level spells. He does not have augury prepared.
That's good because not augury. It's the 5th level spell. What is it called?
Commune.
Commune. Yes, that's the one.
They have that prepared?
Probably.
No, I don't see him have it prepared.
Oh my god! When do we unprepare commune? Wait, isn't it because it's a ritual or something? No.
This commune ritual. Let me just see. Um, uh, no, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is a ritual. So yeah, but still, he needs it prepared because he's not a wizard.
Okay, we can check that tomorrow. We should always have commune prepared just in case.
Yeah, like you have legend lore prepared.
I mean, lore is useful at times.
Right. What do you guys do?
Ah, commune was the big move, so we have nothing else.
So, do you think it was those cult people?
Yeah, it was definitely the cult people.
Why do they need the rocks? I
Probably
don't
gonna blow
say
something
they're
up.
valuable and pretty. Blow something up.
The
Yeah, you can
cultists
charge
are
them with
weird.
magic to blow something up.
What?
Yep.
What? Oh my god.
Yep, be careful around them. Don't put magic into the rocks.
Oh. I don't know how to do magic.
Probably for the best.
And honestly, that probably raises the value of it. So, if you guys know that, you can probably sell it for more.
Yeah, why would you not want to wear, jewelry that could blow off your face?
I mean, wizards could buy it. They might have been buying it on the cheap, realizing these guys are dum-dums who don't know what they have.
But the thing is, like, they're definitely not selling at like full value. Like it could worth 100 gold in like Waterdeep for the right buyer and the right seller. We are in the frontiers here.
Does it destroy the rock when the...
You don't know.
Okay.
That is like like a fringe thing to don't know about it. Like it is not something that is used for. It is just, oh yeah, if magic is cast on it, there could be lightning, so don't do it.
Alright. I have a bad premonition that there's gonna be a golem with covered in tourmaline that I can't fire magic at.
At this point, man, they who knows what they're doing.
Just
They could
let me
be
just.
like fitting through with the craziest body armor right now.
Where do I put that note?
Hey, you remember there's a rule in D&D where if a player mentions it, you can't do it.
Well, it's not going to be a tournament in Golem. It's going to be a tournament in Elemental.
God damn it. My one weakness, not covering all the bases.
All right. What do you guys do?
Oh, leave and cry.
Tournament Elemental comes out the other door.
Oh no.
All 50 of them.
Oh no.
So, you leave from the warehouse, and Travis locks the door behind you. Sort of shoves the key back into his pockets. Sort of stands around, sort of rocking back and forth on his feet, and then sort of just waves to you, and then speeds back towards the town hall.
We're also going back. We have to pick up.
Heading towards the town hall, you come across a Malti. Oh, did you find something?
It was definitely the cult, but not much else. They didn't leave much behind. There was a cut on the ground indicated there was some kind of uh, portal. We've seen a kind of portal before that they use that leaves that kind of cut. So
Now we have to
yeah.
think with portals.
Oh yeah. These guys are not fucking around. And apparently Tourmaline also has this property where it goes boom if enough magic is channeled into it.
It casts a lightning bolt.
Which is essentially go boom.
Yeah, it's not much different.
It might not be completely connected, but according to Agorval,
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry, what did you say, Goni, before? I just talked over you at the moment.
No, because Discord was saying it wasn't getting anything from my mic.
Oh, okay. So, according to Agorval, one of their cargo ships were stolen as well.
Do we know the inventory that was on the ship?
It's supposed to be empty. There was nothing on it. They only use it really at the start of summer.
What did they use it for?
Transporting goods towards Prince Chandler. That's the only time they really dock in Targus. They don't like it, but it's closer to Prince Chandler. It's easier to transport from there.
We might want to head to Targos.
The faster, the better, possibly.
Yes. But what of Lonelywood?
Fuck.
I can't lie, this Banshee thing has been bothering me for a while.
Yeah.
We might be able to pick up something though.
Let's just do it today. We have plenty of daylight left. It's pretty early, right?
Yeah. Like, this whole investigation taking you maybe an hour with the conversation.
And we came in the in the early morning.
Yeah,
afternoon,
as sort
right?
of as sun was rising. Like it's not even noon yet.
Let's just head over to Lonelywood quickly. It's like 4 miles. It'll take us like a few hours, like a couple of hours.
And there is a road between the two towns.
Mm.
Like not like a proper road, but road nevertheless.
Desire path type thing, yeah.
No, like there is like a cart could easily travel in between the two towns.
All right, let's head there, preferably before evening, so that we don't get set upon by a banshee.
Yeah.
I might have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I I have a it's I have a bit of an issue with Lonelywood. Had a bit of a misunderstanding with the speaker on there for a while, but I head to Targus and see what's there. You guys quickly handle Lonelywood, and I'll meet you at Targus.
That seems reasonable.
Is there anything else we need to know about Lonelywood just to avoid any issues?
Oh, it's one of the smallest of towns, but they produce most of the wood for 10 towns for building and fires.
Mm.
The speaker is named Muldoon.
Mm-hmm. And what about this banshee? What's the? I'm assuming they have some kind of understanding with it. If it hasn't been bothering them all this time.
I'm not certain about it. I never met it. I uh, what I heard is that the banshee doesn't go near the town, and as long as they don't bother it, it hasn't attacked anyone. It wanders the wood at nights.
Why hasn't anyone taken care of it yet?
Well, according to the legends, some try, but it's not possible.
Hey,
Yes?
we haven't fought banshees in particular, but I'm sure we've heard of them, right?
Yes.
And I know they're not that crazy strong.
So there are banshees and banshees in a sense. Like a banshee is um basically in the D&D setting, in a Forgotten setting, a banshee is an undead elf.
Mm-hmm.
An elf that sort of came back to undeath. And
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes, the reason uh, they did is that they did something abhorrent in their life that prevented them for entering like the elven heavens.
Mm-hmm.
And while they are kind of like revenants.
They keep trying to finish what they start in life.
No, it's like they, even if they are destroyed, they sort of return to the place where which they haunt. They are sort of cursed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They're cursed undead.
Oh, okay. Let's head there, see what the hell is up.
It's not like they can't leave the area that they are bound to, but
But can they be destroyed?
no, that's the thing. Like even if they destroyed, they usually return later on from the place where they were killed.
Okay. But are there ways that we would know of to destroy banshees?
Um,
Or at least would Doran know of ways to destroy banshees?
Dorian is not that like experienced in clerical work, but there are ways to destroy undead completely.
Or, take them over?
Yes. Like usually, like if Dorian makes like a good enough religion check, he might remember or know something, a way that could stop a banshee from coming back and basically destroying their spirit,
Mm-hmm.
or banishing them to hell.
So
Mm-hmm.
essentially, we can't really get rid of them.
But the thing is, like, the Lonely Woods people are quite not like they're not fond of the Banshee, but they are glad it's there because it's been keeping like bandits and the barbarians and other raiders away sometimes because they don't dare to enter the woods at night. Still, sometimes they attack during the day, but at least they are not sneaking in at night.
And so wait, the Banshee has just been encroaching more and more on the town.
Well, according to what you heard from the speaker just now, like it's been attacking them at night, basically,
Alright.
which it hasn't been doing previously. Never entered the town itself.
Alright, we'll head to Lonelywood.
Right. Well, it's quite easy. All you need to do is follow the road alongside the coast.
Alright. We'll see you probably tomorrow, depending on how things go here.
Yes.
Where would you like
Uh,
us to meet you?
Well, I will go to Targus and see why they are locked down, and perhaps I can try to convince them to let us in. I will try to make my way back to Termaline by nightfall tomorrow. If you're not here, I will wait for your return. And if I'm not here, but you are, then head to Targus and I'll meet you there.
Alright,
Got it.
works for us. Heading out.
Yep.
And I'll turn to, as everybody's starting to leave, I'm gonna turn towards Amalthi and I'll be like, if you need us and the town is in trouble, maybe huh, maybe let us know somehow, some way.
I'll find a way.
Mhm.
I know, well, not all, but most creatures that roam this valley befriended those that would be willing to be friends. I will find someone to get you to a message.
Mhm. All right.
Be safe.
See you soon.
Yeah, and with that, you part from your guide and you head towards Lonely Wood.
Mm.
So, question is, should we go a bit more, or should we
We can
stop
Yeah.
go.
here?
Is it cool if we take a bit of a break though?
Yeah, I'm down for a break.
It is 4:30, almost 4:30 here.
Yeah. So, question is, do we stop here, or do we just take a break and play a bit more? Because I feel like this is a good place to stop.
It does
Yeah,
feel
it's
like
okay.
a
We can
good
stop.
stopping point.
Yeah.
It's
We did play like 2 hours more than usual.
We did?
We got a lot done today.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually a pretty productive session.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It was practically a 5-hour session.
Because we did
Yeah.
really have a long recap today as well.
Yeah.
Wait, so we normally only play for like 3 hours?
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
4
during
hours,
the winter,
24
it's a bit.
minutes, and 30 seconds. according
the thing
to
is, like,
my thing.
the reason I don't like to run it that long because it's getting quite late for RD, and if we
Yeah.
run over 4 hours, he's going to fall asleep.